tee off there with the groupings who just headed out. In the seniors category, Mr. Dave Rajkumar, Mr. Derek Gonzalez, Mr. Wayne Batiste, and Mr. Ezekiel Percival. And they'll be vying for the prizes in the seniors category. And it's been a grueling few days here at St. Andrews, and this morning the weather is very, very beautiful. It's very hot and sunny. And a slight cloud has just come over the valley here in Mocha, Maraval. And as we can see, our cameraman just took us up there to green on number one, on hole number one. And we have there, I believe it's Mr. John Henry, who is in this group. And they will be finishing off their putting shortly. And it's 11:33 a.m. here at St. Andrews Golf Club in Mocha Maraval. And this, I believe they're waiting for an approach shot for one of the players because they're looking down the fairway there. And actually, it's a putt that was coming off from the left. And we can see the pin position this morning. Looks to be in a very tricky spot. Way off to the right, almost to the edge of the green there. And I've been told by one of the local experts that today it's the day when they'll have the final day pin positions, which will be very interesting for the players. And we want to ensure that it brings a lot of competition among the competitors. It can't be too easy in this prestigious tournament. One of the biggest golf tournament in Trinidad and Tobago, one of the biggest tournaments here in the Caribbean. And we'd like to welcome the visitors, all the players taking part from St. Lucia, Bahamas, Antigua and Barbuda, Jamaica, Canada as well. We are from the US of A, and so many other players who have made the trip to Trinidad and Tobago, and I trust that they're enjoying their stay. We have Mr. John Henry now putting on hole number one. He's one of the sponsors with Crystal Waters. Very, very good supporter of golf in Trinidad and Tobago. Hopefully just be tapping, and you all can see where that pin position is, way off to the right. And those of you familiar with the St. Andrews Golf Course would know that the different weather conditions, it could become very difficult. And there we have our friend Mr. Dave Cameron steps up to this ball, and he'll be able to hopefully finish strongly. Had a very erratic drive this morning, but I believe he'll be finished strongly, and it's just the first hole. So he rolls it out to the pin, and he'll probably have to just tap it in. And I believe they will be looking on now. And we have the other player in that group. He has to finish off his putt before we move on. And as we sit here in the commentary booth, we can see the wind picking up. It's a bit cool, and we always take a nice view of the club, St. Andrews Clubhouse there, and we can see the national flag for Trinidad and Tobago waving in the breeze there as the wind moves through the valley. And just want to mention our sponsors for who have made the live stream and the live scoring possible. And taking us back here to the clubhouse, waiting for the players to come into view. And there we have a group coming up on hole number 18. Finishing up the back nine here on this day 4 of this tournament. Takes a stance there, trying to be very balanced. And there we have our cameraman getting the ball. So he seems to be just to the top of the stake, just to the left of, well, left of the staircase before the bunker there on hole number 18. And there we have that shot. Did he attack the green, or is he going to lay up before the Maraval River? We'll be waiting confirmation shortly. And the wind seemed to have gusted there, just as he was about to hit the ball, and still cannot see where the ball went. And it's in the bunker, just to the back of the green on the left-hand side, I believe. And taking you all back here to hole number 1. And we'll be seeing this group here with Mr. Ben Fitzwilliams, who's at the tee box. And the other members of the group, Rodney Phillip, Rohan Ravikumar, and Sheris Rampasad in the first flight. And all of a sudden, the weather condition has changed in the valley. There's a very cool breeze and lots of grey clouds moving over the valley as we see in the distance. The sunshine has just left us for a brief moment and the wind has picked up. So these players really have to have a good focus on their game, because at every point, sometimes in the last 3 days, the weather condition has changed so drastically. And Mr. Rodney Phillip puts the ball out down the fast lane again. I think he may know the secrets of this course. And there's the ball bouncing down the fairway on number 1 and comes back just on the edge of the fairway there. And we have the player from Using St. Madeline, Mr. Sheris Rampasad. He steps up to the tee box and takes his focus. Has a very beautiful swing, nice follow through. And he takes it out to the right again down the fast lane. And I may have mixed up their names there, but that's the grouping That's the grouping we have: Ben Fitzwilliam, Rodney Phillip, Rohan Ravikumar, and Sheris Rampasad. That's a group. So I may have missed one of the players, but that's a group in: Ben Fitzwilliam, Rodney Phillip, Rohan Ravikumar, and Sheris Rampasad. My apologies for that. And we have here on hole number 9 the big cricketer, Mr. Darren Sammy. As he said yesterday in his or day before in his interview, he's addicted to golf now, and he's there in the red jersey with the white hat just behind the tent. He'll be putting on hole number 9 shortly to finish up, and we're taking us over to green number 18. And I believe that's Robert Cadiz, is he? And very nice roll uphill. And they're taking their aim very carefully, because it's a very tricky hole on hole number 18. And yeah, he places the ball on the ground. And taking you all over the camera for Mr. Wayne Batiste. Steps up to his ball there on hole number 1 to finish off. It seems to have rolled just past the hole, and he looks so disappointed. And his caddy in the back there is in all smiles. I don't know if it's a smile of relief or disappointment, but he's showing Mr. Batiste what he should have done. And we have lots of action happening here now on hole number 18. And so seeing that group they're trying to finish up, that's a group with Mr. Robert Cadiz, Richard Scott, and Dushant Sukram. And that finishing up there on hole number 18. And there we have Mr. Darren Sammy with his group on green number 9 as they get ready to do their putting. Rolls it down the green. Again, nice spot there, very close to the hole, and hopefully he'll finish up strongly. And we can see the competitors looking very refreshed this morning, even after 4 days of golf, because everybody know how important today is. Taking us back to hole number 18. Mr. Robert Cady is just tapping in the ball, and you can start the relief there after perhaps a long morning. And it's always a relief to finish your round, and just enjoy the rest of the day. Today is Sunday. Today's Sunday, where they may take the opportunity to visit the beach. And there we have the big cricketer, now golfer, Mr. Darren Sammy on green number 9. Places his ball. Takes his balance. Takes that so important practice swing, and now seeking the advice of his local caddy. the people with the knowledge of the golf course, and he rolls it up to the hole and stops just short. And you can see the flag there gusting the breeze, and you see how the gust in the breeze that seems to be pushing the ball around the course. And yeah, he have his competitor now in that group. Steps up and pushes it as well. Seems to be a bit rushed, but I guess so everybody has a different style in how they putt, and gets it into the hole there, and that's the front nine. And Mr. Sami seems to be really enjoying this golf course here. 4 days of golf. So the members in that group were Darren Sami, Jesse Bukok, and Kimani Thomas from St. Lucia. So 2 St. Lucians, and want to hail out all the viewers from St. Lucia locked on. And we're going to just see what is happening now on fairway number 9. Fairway number 18. We don't expect a group coming over shortly. And taking us back here on tee box number 1. That's the group there behind Sheris Rampasad. We'll be getting the name shortly. Looks like, is that Joel Mahabir, I believe? Yes, I believe that's Joel. Takes it down the right of the golf course as well. And again, many people have hit down that way. Yes, that's Joel Mahabir with Robert Farnham, Ben Wendling, and Anthony Spallone from St. Lucia. And they'll be taking their track down fairway number 1 shortly. There we have Mr. Robert Farnham in the frame there on tee box number 1. And just as we are just taking a strike there, it's a very, very strong breeze coming across the golf course here now. And the rain is actually starting to fall. It's going to change the weather conditions significantly. But hopefully it will be blown away by the strong breeze as well. And he pulls it left. Will it stay inside the fairway? It hits the trees there, and we'll be looking out for the ball until we get confirmation where it landed. Now we have Mr. Ben Wendling. He's on the tee box. Takes his warm-up swing, so important again for this day 4 to make sure everything goes as planned. Now we have Mr. Anthony Spallone from St. Lucia, I believe. Looks a strong golfer. Let's see what he does, playing in a foreign country. Takes his mark.
Left.
And it was a nice fade back into the fairway. And I believe another player there, that's I believe Mr. Robert Farnham, he has to hit over. Because the ball may have gone out of bounds. Let's hope he gets this one as planned. It's a very important day here, the final day. And a much better shot there. Starts it off left, but it's fade back into the middle of the fairway, and I think he'll be very pleased with that shot as they head down off the tee box. I just mention our sponsors. Coming back live here at the St. Andrews Golf Club. Action on number 1 green, the group with Sheris Rampasad, Rohan Ravikumar, Rodney Phillip, and Ben Fitzwilliam. They're finishing up the year on hole number 1. And we want to encourage our viewers to log on to the ttgolfassociation.org website, the TTGA website, where you can view the live score and follow the live leaderboard for the T&T Open. Today's a very critical day, day 4, when the results later this afternoon will tell us who are the winners for the wonderful prizes here for this prestigious competition. And as we wait for them to put out. And we have some viewers locked on. To the stream. And we're going to see Mr. Riaz Rio de Bedin giving us some kudos there. Great coverage as usual. I know he's sometimes on the golf course at this time in the day, or probably earlier this morning. And Mr. Ashmead Ali making an announcement here for cricket. Let people know that West Indies defeated England for a series win. So congratulations to the West Indies cricket team. And he's now locked onto the live stream here at the T&T Open. Lots of sports happening. And he's also talking about IPL. You can check out the IPL action on the internet. And Evergreen Designs. Wanting to know, one of our sponsors asking about the atmosphere up here And I think we'll get one of the cameramen to show the atmosphere around shortly, so we can give the viewers a visual of the beautiful landscape, the mountains and the cloud cover, as we follow the action here on hole number 1. And it's very cloudy right now. We started off from beautiful sunshine, but it's very cool. See the breeze is gusting as has been for the last few days. And she's saying, hope those golfers have some nerves of steel, definitely on day 4, needed for this very important day. And want to hail out Hitio from St. Kitts. Welcome, St. Kitts. We know you supporting your friends here in Trinidad for the final day of the TT Open. So welcome, St. Kitts. Share the stream and let's get some more comments from St. Kitts. Let us know about golf in St. Kitts. So welcome again to everyone to the stream. And just take into a view on the practice green, such an important place to be just before you go into the tee. You have there in the red jersey Mr. Chris Richards Jr. And to the far side of the screen, you have Mr. Chris Richards Sr. in a red jersey as well. And to the left, in the white jersey stooping down, that's Mr. Zico Correa. 3 top Trinidad and Tobago players there on the green. And walking to your frame now on the right-hand side is Shane Costello. All national players for Trinidad. And they're doing some extra practice before they go out into the day's play. And as we said, ttgolfassociation.org to get the live scores. And we can have a quick look at the leaderboard. And coming back here on hole number 1 tee box. We'll be getting the name shortly. A very powerful strike there, going down the right side. And I believe that's the group with Ryan Gomez. And here we have the youngster now stepping up to the tee box, Mr. Ethan Hill, one of the super juniors, as I call him. Very good youngster, very beautiful swing there, and a very, very beautiful practice swing. And you can see his focus there. He goes through his usual routine before he tees off. Takes his stance, looks very balanced. And a very beautiful drive straight down the middle of the fairway. He'll be very pleased with that. And the breeze again has picked up drastically here at St. Andrews. And now we have going down to the tee box, Mr. Luke De Freitas. Hopefully we'll have a strong tee off here. Steps up to the tee. Looks very well balanced and focused. Puts it down the right side again. It's a safe shot because there's lots of room on the right side. And our visitor from the Bahamas, Mr. Heathcliff Kane. And these players are competing in the championship category. Very powerful looking individual. Steps up to the tee now, takes his stance. And fades it off to the right. He looks very disappointed in where that ball went. And it settles there somewhere on fairway number 9. I'm sure he'll find the ball. And there the cameraman taking us to green number 1. Where again we see that very tricky pin positioning for day 4. Want to make sure that we have a very competitive day and being able to decipher the winners and hopefully make it a very competitive day. And there we have Mr. Joel Mahabia to the back of the green. He's just stooping on the left hand side. Looks like he's going to be playing a shot now to come on to the green. And the other members in this group, Robert Farnham, Ben Wendling, and Anthony Spallone from St. Lucia. As we sit here in the commentary booth, there's a buzz of activity around, with many players coming on to their tee areas and going to their different positions. That's the view at the clubhouse. And there has been a constant flow of players and visitors and spectators walking over that bridge leading onto the golf course. And on the practice green, many players must go there, and we still see Chris Richards Sr. Today is a big day for him. One of the top professional golfers here in Trinidad and Tobago in the red jersey. And we bring in the action now, coming down hole number 18. We should be getting the names of these players shortly. And here we have in our picture Mr. Kavesh Ramnath with his able caddy, Mr. Dwayne Ramlal. He's using a card today. I guess it's been a long 4 days for him. And other members in this group are Warren Steele from Tobago and Mr. Ross Ramkisoon, one of the young top golfers again out of the Point of View Golf Club. And here we have Mr. Warren Steele taking his aim there. Is he going to go for the green or is he going to lay up? He lays it up. Playing safe. I think that's the right approach on day 4. It's not a day when you want to be too aggressive and make mistakes. It's definitely something that you want to have a lot of control on day 4. And there we are back to green number 1. Where we have Joel Mahabir, Robert Farnham, Ben Wendling, and Anthony Spallone. They are battling it out on the green. As you say, it's not how you drive, it's how you arrive. And it's going to be an important day for them. Want to ensure that they get the best finish today. And just to finish off that putt on hole number 1. See if he gets it, that tricky pin position there. Looks very, very difficult if you ask me because of where it is. If you miss that hole, you have to go back onto the green from that point. A very nice roll up there, but did not get in. And on fairway number 18, there are many golfers that start group with Kavish Ramnath, Warren Seal, and Ross Ramkissoon. I don't know if the cameraman can pick up young Ross Ramkissoon in the back with the grey jersey. That's the youngster. There with the grey jersey. He's about 15 years old. A Form 3 student of Naparima College in San Fernando. And I believe it looks like Mr. Warren Steele shot now in the fluorescent green jersey. Takes his practice swings now and seems to be ready. Is he going to go for the green? I think from that yardage, he definitely wouldn't want to go in the Marval River. And he puts it over the river. That's the first toss and onto the green. The green's a little bit harder today, I would say. But it stops very, very nicely on the green. And I think he'll be very pleased that he made it over the river. That's a very important first step on this green number 18. And Mr. Kavish Ramnath out of the Britton Castle Club, one of our sponsors also from Building HSC Limited, a HSC consultant. And Mr. Kavish Ramnath steps up to his ball. A very good player. He's been having a very good year for 2022 and played in many competitions. And he hits the ball, and did it go in the gully? Am I seeing correctly? And it's in the Marval River, unfortunately, and we have now Mr. Ross Ramkissoon will be taking a shot. Very close to the camera booth. As we have a raindrop there on the lens of the camera, can give you an indication that the drizzle has started very slightly. And Ross takes it over. And he's on the green, which is very important. Wants to make sure that maintain some control. And we just... And that's Kavish. He's looking for his ball. Unfortunately, ended up in what we've been taught is the Marval River. And probably one of the favorites for this competition, Mr. Ben Martin there, with the grey jersey to the right, taking some practice swings. And we, you know, he has he's a professional and he has a level of intent for competition. And Mr. Kavish Ramnath has to drop his ball, and he took it out of the gully there and comes back probably about 15 yards away from the gully, and hopefully he'll take it over very nicely. And Mr. Ramnath there steps up to his ball. Has to just make sure and get it over that gully. That's a treacherous point, and he pushes it nicely onto the green. and lands in a very, very good spot. And again, that pin position for today is off to the left of the green, not where it was over the last couple of days. And I've been told again by the local experts here that that's the usual pin position on day 4. And very shortly we'll be jumping over to number 1 tee box. What we've seen the discussions here on green number 18. That caddy there with the walking across to the right. That's Mr. Doyle Ramki soon. And just to take on the tee on number 1 tee box, tee off with that group. That's a group with Zico Correa, Adrian Norford, Shane Costello, and Chris Richards Jr. A big group there. 2 of the top youngsters and the national captain of Trinidad and Tobago. And you have young Zico Correa now on tee box number 1. Very focused individual. Very good athlete as well. And puts it very straight down the fairway, and he'll be very pleased with that shot. Always good to have that start. And Mr. Shane Costello will be coming onto the tee box, and very quickly we're going to just look at what is happening on number 18 green in this group. Lots of discussions with Kavish Ramnath, Mr. Warren Steele, and Ross Ramki soon. And Shane Costello here in your frame now. Takes one practice swing just to make sure he is all warmed and ready. Steps up to the tee now, sets up to his ball. Looks ready and focused. Takes it off to the right. Again, he looks a bit disappointed, but he knows this course very well, and I'm sure he has a good strategy to get it back on. Mr. Warren Steele, one of the TTGA members for Trinidad and Tobago, playing this competition as well, pushes it down and just drifts away from the pin. And we see the contours being very difficult. And going quickly over to tee box number 1, the big player, Mr. Chris Richards Jr., probably one of the favorites also, sends it off to the right. Looking to see if we can see a very powerful young hitter. But definitely it's something that he will have to bring back onto the green from the right side. And we have Mr. Kavish Ramnath now with his fluorescent ball. Putting in a strong breeze. You can see his pants blowing in the breeze there. And it's very gusty. And he sinks it. And what a very good putt. And he's in all smiles and very relieved. And so often we've seen people miss that putt from that close position. But definitely be very pleased. And now we'll have Mr. Warren Steele stepping up to his ball on the green. That's Mr. Warren Steele now. And the rainfall has come down now, and the players will be, probably some will be happy with the slight drizzle. It's going to make gripping the clubs a little more difficult. Mr. Warren Steele taking his time to finish here, and he sinks it. And I think that's a very good finish there. And then Mr. Ross Ramke soon to finish up hole number 18. And just misses the hole. He'll probably be a bit disappointed with that after coming onto the green so nicely. But again, it's nerves. Nerves of steel, as one of our viewers mentioned. And we can see the camaraderie there, congratulating one another. And we're taking you action back now, all the way down to Mr. Hole number, green number 1, where I believe that's the group with Luke De Freitas, Ethan Hill, and Ryan Gomez. And again, they're off to the right on that pin. It seems to be very difficult there. And coming down hole 18, we have a group. I believe, can take a quick look. I believe that's Mr. Wayne Ali, one of the sponsors for refreshments and food with Superb Caterers. And we'll be getting the names of the players in that group shortly. And in this group on green number 1, we have Ethan Hill, Luke De Freitas, and Heathcliff Kane from Bahamas, finishing up on hole number 1, which I believe they just did. So we'll be taking the action now down to fairway number 18. And see there Mr. Wayne Ali with his group. Jason Clark, Wayne Ali, and Anthony Salandi in the seniors category. And there we have some of our friends passing us by, looking out for some advice from the commentators. And we probably have a few secrets here that can help the golfers on hole number 18. There, Mr. Kirk Lima, one of the main scorers here for the live leaderboard, giving some tips to his golfer. Looks like Jason Clark, is that? So that's Mr. Anthony Saland in your frame now, just behind the gully that he has to go diagonally across to get onto the green in that pin position. And unfortunately it went into the gully again. And there's some action on the practice green. We see Mr. Wesley Brown there with the grey jersey. Wesley, just saying hi to Mr. Wesley Brown and wishing him all the best today. And in the background you have Mr. Ben Martin and Joe Hearn, I believe it is. And we'll be getting a team there going off on tee box number 1 shortly as we stay on hole number 18. The group with Wayne Ali, Anthony Salandi, and Jason Clark. So Mr. Anthony Salandi is deciding what to do with that ball. He'll have to most likely drop the ball out. And he actually did a drop already and put it onto the green. And that was Mr. Wayne Ali's shot. And rolls it up past the flag. Very strong. Very strong gentleman from Superb Caterers. It's probably some superb food. Very seasoned golfer. And it's a very tricky pin position. And we'll be taking over you to tee box number 1. And where Mr. Dwayne Pierman will be taking the tee box with the white jersey. And aqua green shorts takes his stance now. And they are competing in the pro division. So it's a big group going out here now. Takes it down the fast lane on the right hand side. And we have the big man from the US of A. It's a Zachary Rami, pro golfer. Looks confident. Makes the club look very small. And he's seen off at an iron. And I don't know after the shot if our camera can pick up which iron he's using. Mr. Zachary Rami from the US of A. Want to welcome all the viewers from the US. And he pulls it over to the left. A very severe draw, and he looks on. He's a bit disappointed. Hopefully, we don't know if he'll have to tee over. And now we have our commentator who was with us yesterday from Jamaica, Mr. Orville Christie. Want to hail out everyone from Jamaica locked onto the stream. And he's trying to decide probably which is the best way to go. Previous golfers went to the right and to the left. Just switching back there to hole number 18. And now we have the player from one of the pros, Mr. Nicholas Jones. He'll be taking his tee off now. Pushes it off to the right, probably hoping to bring it back on, but I think he's safe. Many players have been using that route today. And that's it for that group on tee box number 1. Taking you over to hole number 18, where we have Jason Clark to finish his spot, and he taps it in very confidently and congratulates his comrades there on that hole. And we see a nice flow of persons walking down hole number 1. Now we'll take you over to the green on hole number 1, where you see the group with Shane Costello, Chris Richards Jr. in the red jersey, Zico Correa, and Adrian Norford.
The next group on the face C, and the leading group of our crews. The crews for the TTOPEN for 2022, we have the team. Team 1 for 12 spaces for Mr. Ben Martin, Mr. Joe Hill, Mr. Wesley Brown, Mr. Chris Richard Senior, who's reported the start of the face C.
Let's look down at Chris Richards Jr. there, putting on hole number 1. Shane Costello there, looking on to see if he can make this spot.
Oh, actually, hold on. He's shooting Ben, so he might move. But see, if he comes into the shot, move him. I see he was shooting Ben.
Roll the tee.
He says that he'll be the shot. So
And just a set up a tee now there on hole number 1 to finish off. You see a group there on hole number 18, a player practicing a swing inside the Maraval River. And he takes it out of the gully. It's just to the back of the green. Don't know if it's going to go out of bounds as yet. Lots of action happening on tee box number 1. For those locked on, we have a pro group. And we can see in this pro group, I believe, in this group we have the big players, the ones competing for that prize. It's the Benjamin Martin, Joe Hearn, Joe Hearn is from the US of A, Mr. Wesley Brown from Jamaica, and Mr. Chris Richards Sr. So for this leading group, I believe for the Pro Division, we can see they're getting their last minute instructions from the starter, Mr. Harun Joseph, and Mr. Wesley Brown there in the grey jersey from Jamaica. He joined us in the commentary booth a couple of days ago. And we have Mr. Chris Richards Sr. in the red jersey, Mr. Joe Hearn with the white cap and the long hair, and Mr. Ben Martin with the grey jersey and cream or khaki short pants. So Wesley Brown is grey jersey with the black pants on your left. And I'm sure that, it's definitely a nervous time for them, although they are pro golfers. It's something that you have to make sure and, just stay calm on the day. It's going to be a long day today for them. And as we speak about them, the sunshine has come out once again. We see that varying weather here at the Mocha Valley. I just want to shout out the members on the stream. Send us your comments on the stream. Welcome to everyone. And a very good turnout here at the TNT Open. About 125 golfers taking part. And a good time to mention our and bringing us back here to see the leader, Mr. Ben Martin, 5 under. A big moment here in this prestigious tournament. And he looks very confident. He's have a lot of discussions with us here in the commentary booth, even at one point helping us along. And he's 5 under today. And he'll be taking off first, followed by Joe Hearn, who's 4 over, Wesley Brown 4 over, and Chris Richards Sr. 6 over. So it's a very tight group. I think Ben has been playing extremely well over the last 3 days to be in this position. It's its home course and his home favorite. But today's the last day and it's not over until the last tee box. And we have Mr. Ben Martin stepping up now to his ball, looking down the fairway. Was warming up earlier today in the practice nets. Takes his aim in this beautiful sunshine here at St. Andrews Golf Club. Well, a very, very nice strike. Very beautiful strike there. Slight to the left, but it straightens up. And we have now Mr. Joe Hearn on the tee box. And he gets a round of applause, and we see some supporters will be following this group, as is a tradition with the pro golfers and the pro group. And it's an excellent group to follow. Mr. Joe Hearn from the US of A. Left-hander Joe Hearn. Let's see if you can bring the Phil Mickelson style into this game. And that's why you call them a pro. Hits it dead straight, one line. A very beautiful tee off there from the man from the US, Joe Hearn. And another favorite here, Mr. Wesley Brown from Jamaica. And for those locked on from Jamaica, Mr. Wesley Brown steps up to this tee. Looks a comfortable stance. And a low shot there, beautiful strike, and I think he's going to be very pleased with that. And it's been told that sometimes you take the long straight approach down the fairway, it's better rather than giving too much air. And Mr. Chris Richards Sr., he needs no introduction in TNT, but has been at the top of local golf for many years, and he's still there, and a top coach, and he I think he knows something no one else knows. He's off to the left of the tee box. Takes it out. And what a beautiful drive there. And you know that little left of the tee would have taken it slightly down the fast lane, but it's closer to the green. And there we have the wonderful group of players, caddies. There's actually spectators also that'll be following them just to have a good look at this group. It's a good opportunity for young golfers to have a look at the pros. We give them a good and trying to show here all the players that's been following this group. And they'll be going down to hole number 1 shortly. And there we back on hole number 1. The group just in front of the pros. Sorry, just the group just in front, Ben Martin and Joe Hearn and Wesley Brown. That's a group with Dwayne Pierre and Zachary Rami, Orville Christian, Nicholas Jones, another Pro Division group. They'll be trying to finish off strongly. And we can see they're a little bit disappointment. Looks like it's Nicholas Jones who just attempted that putt. And right. And I believe on hole number 18, we have the group there with Tristan Batiste, Demar James from Antigua and Barbuda, and Ross Cabral playing in the championship division. And they'll be finishing off on hole number 18 shortly. And there was some celebration there, but I'm not sure what happened. I believe his ball was chipped into the hole. Is that correct? A very good shot from off the green. Just missed it there, but it was chipped into the hole. I think it's the first time today. First time in the 4 days we've seen it here. And a very tricky shot again, taken from just inside the gully. And chips it out onto the green. And a very good shot there. Just roll past the pin. I think it's a bit faster on this side of the green from what we're seeing today. And Mr. Kriston Batiste, he'll be going for his putt now. Again, a very tricky green.
Chris Richard, senior on one.
And he's getting some advice there from his caddy.
Ben Martin on one.
And he squares up, takes his stance. And stops because he's distracted because the crowd is singing Happy Birthday in the clubhouse. We'll take you over to Mr. Ben Martin on his approach shot to the green. Puts it up. Nice divot there. And it's bouncing to the back of the green. But we can see it. It's a okay shot. I think he'll have to just come back. He'll probably be a little bit disappointed and stay on to the green. But he has an advantage today. Starting off on the par. And back to green number 18 with Kriston Batiste. He would have passed the hole and now he has to go back into the hole. As we see Joe Hearn getting ready for his shot. On hole number 1, his approach shot to hole number 1. As the wind is picking up yet again.
Hit and run off to the right.
And the ball has ran off to the right there from Joe Hearn. And we have Mr. Wesley Brown now in the frame. He'll be taking strike to get onto the green. His approach shot. Puts it up. And lands on the green. A very good position to be in. Jumping over to green number 18, Mr. Kriston Batiste. Hopes to finish off this hole very quickly now. Make sure he doesn't want to miss this tap-in, and relieved that he's finished and thanks his competitors. And very shortly we'll be joined onto the green there with the Pro Division players. And as we wait, we take a word from one of our sponsors, ECT Solutions Limited. And there now we see a player coming along hole number 18. He's hiding behind the tree. Probably have a very difficult view to get onto the green. As we wait on the pros to go on to green number 8, green number 1, sorry, I think that's Ben Martin now. Going to get his spot there. Hopefully he can get it in to maintain his lead. on this day 4 of this TT Open. Mr. Wesley Brown, our friend from Jamaica, in the background there. And this is not a day to make any mistakes. All is at stake. Even if you had a bad previous days, you want to make sure you finish strongly. Such an important part of golf. And we have Mr. Chris Richard Sr. in the bunker, it looks like. Has to take it out. A very soft shot there. Not bad at all, but it runs. The greens obviously is very fast once again. And we've heard so many times from many different players how fast the greens are here at St. Andrews throughout the last 4 days. There we have Ben Martin chipping the ball just onto, or pitching the ball just onto the flag area. And we see the battle on the green with the pros, the leading group for this tournament. And we see some of this group just finished hole number 9. Young Irfani Mamali, top junior golfer as well, Aidan Ali. And Mr. Kareem from Antigua, there with the green pants. And taking you back to green number 1, the battle of the pros. With Mr. Chris Richard Sr. trying to get that putt in. The battle of the pros, the leading group. And it's the first hole for the day. They have a long day ahead. Anything can happen on this final day. It's a big prize money involved, and definitely everybody putting their best foot forward. Joe Hearn, Ben Martin, Wesley Brown, and Chris Richard Sr. And Mr. Wesley Brown has seemed to be in a very friendly mood today. Looks very confident and comfortable, and he says he just wants to enjoy his day. And he's up in the leading group. So it's really the battle of the giants here. And he rolls it. And just misses the hole, and you can see the expression on his face. He seems to be very disappointed in going. Switching over to number 18 green quickly for a view of what the action happening there. And lots of discussion there with that group, with Jean-Marc Chevrolet. They have to use the measuring tape there because it's probably closest to the pin prize. And here we have Joe Hearn, left-hander, putting to the pin position on the right-hand side. Pushes it, and he finishes off nicely. Taking you back here to the group with Jean-Marc Chavroté. And the group with Jean-Marc Chavroté, Richard Gibson and Raymond Percival. Putting out here. And there we have Jean-Marc Chavroté in the finishing off there with his group and all celebrations.
You're talking off to this? Huh? What's happening?
And we see there down on this day 4 on the TTOPEN. Just picking up a shot there on hole number 18, the approach shot, and that decision, do you go over the gully or do you stay just play it safe and stay just before the green, just before the gully? And very shortly we'll be joined with professional golfer, Mr. Adam Montano, will be speaking with young Ross Ramke soon, a junior golfer out of Point-A-Pierre Golf Club. And a look at the clubhouse. Look at the clubhouse here at St. Andrews Golf Club.
Sound check. Testing.
Right. So we will give you a thumbs up, right?
Okay.
Stand up. Close to the X there. Good.
And we'll be joined now with Mr. Adam Montano speaking to one of the young golfers in Trinidad and Tobago from the Point-A-Pierre Golf Club, Mr. Ross Ramke soon.
Ross, how's it going today?
Everything's good so far.
How was the tournament for you this week?
It was okay. Played well. Saw some trouble around the greens, but well, you just had to work with it.
Okay, great. And what are some of the things that you think you did well this week?
Ball striking was pretty good. The best it was for this year. I was shaping the ball well. Didn't really hit any wayward shots. It was just, as I said, around the greens, chipping and putting that gave us some trouble.
Great. And what do you think you learned the most this week about competing at a very high level, tournament golf in Trinidad?
I learned that mental game has a lot to do with it. You have to be prepared for playing 4 days of golf. Without that, you really You could be a really good player, and once your mental game gets thrown off, you'll lose focus and everything will fall apart.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So how long have you been playing the game for now?
I played since I was 3 years old, so about 12 years now.
Okay. And how long have you been playing competitive golf?
I started playing, I played in the Republic Bank Junior Tournament when I was 5. So since then I played every year, and I stopped when I had SEA. I skipped a year, and last year I started back.
Great. And I know, well, you're from my home course, Pointe-à-Pitre, and I know that you practice pretty diligently. How many times a week would you say that you practice, and how do you manage it with your schoolwork?
On average, I would probably say 3 times a week. Probably Fridays and the weekends once I get the chance. Since online school started, I have a lot of free time. I have a bit more free time actually. And because of that, I don't really have to go back home, change clothes, go back to the course. I could just leave right after school is done and practice from there.
Great, great. And when is the next tournament that we can expect to see you in?
Next one I'll be playing in is the Republic Bank Junior Tournament in Shag, which is from the 6th of April to the 8th of April.
Okay, great. Well, Ross, thanks very much. Very good playing today, and I know that you're going to do well coming into the next few tournaments. Good luck in the future, okay?
Thanks very much.
Okay.
And I want to thank Mr. Ross Ramkisoon for a very good interview and sharing a little bit about himself and what he has done. And thank Mr. Adam Montano, one of the professional golfers in Trinidad and Tobago as well. And he's just come up to the course. Unfortunately, he could not play in this tournament today because of an injury. And hopefully he'll join us in the commentary booth later to just give us some guidance on the group and share some coaching tips with the viewers and the stream lock and the viewers of this online stream for the day 4 of the TNT Open. And taking us back down to fairway number 9. See Mr. Ken Ferguson there on his cart. And that's the group there on Mitchum Jasper in the blue, a golfer from Trinidad but plays in the US as well, and he does a lot of coaching. And a very good attempt there using the contours of the green, and I think that it shows how he took his time to understand the contours on the green, and he was able to see that ball drift in both directions. And the group there with Jonathan Piggott from Antigua and Barbuda. I want to call out to everyone from Antigua and Barbuda locked onto the stream. And Alfred Robinson from Jamaica. So Alfred Robinson, Mitchum Jasper, and Jonathan Piggott. And the group there, Mitchum Jasper, Jonathan Piggott, and Alfred Robinson, finishing off strongly here. and being able to finish their 18. And again, the weather is changing again. It's and just want to shout out our scorers here, Mr. Kurt Limmer and Mr. Percy Samlal Singh. Doing an excellent job keeping the viewers locally, regionally, and internationally abreast of all the scores. The live leaderboard at ttgolfassociation.org. You can log on there and you can follow the live scores. And we have a seniors category there on green number 9 with Mr. Ken Ferguson, one of the sponsors from Kenson Group of Companies, attempting his spot. So action here both on number 9 green and number 18 green. Switching back over to number 18 with Mitcham Jasper. Second attempt at the spot. And stops just short. And we'll just have to tap it in. And again, the pin positions on hole number 18. It's very entertaining, if you ask me to describe it. We've been seeing it for the last 4 days, or last 3 days. So it's very entertaining, and it really can separate, you know, the finishing players into their different placements. And there we see Mr. Ken Ferguson tapping in, affiliated with the Pointer Pier Golf Club, and his competitors there now stepping up. And there we have some golfers coming down hole number 18. I believe that's a group with Talin Rajendranath, Anthony Gill, and Omari James from Antigua and Barbuda. And that's Talin, one of the few left-handers in the golf circuit. A very, very good pro golfer in Trinidad. Spent a few years abroad, and he's back now in Trinidad. There's his caddy to the right, Mr. Rajendranath with the white hat, his main supporter and coach, and caddy today. Here we see the activities coming off of hole number 9. Mr. Talin Rajendranath, I believe, or is it his comrade there? Mr. Anthony Gill takes a shot, and is he going over the gully? Yes, he does. A very good shot. It's a few more yards would have taken him to the green, but I think he'd be very happy that he's just over that Maraval River. And now we have Mr. Talin Rajendranath. Takes a final look before he goes into his shot. And we're trying to locate the ball there on hole number 9. Sorry, hole number 18, left of the green, but it's in play, right? Yes, been confirmed by our young cameraman. Mr. Aviation 2007. You can subscribe to his channel, Aviation Enthusiast. And Mr. Omari James from Antigua and Barbuda. In a very difficult position between the trees, and he'll have to decide if he's going over or around the trees. But in front of him, there are some trees. There's the gully, there's a bridge, and to the right side is the mountain. So he's a very tricky shot, but I'm sure being a pro golfer, he must have tricks of his own. And he balances himself. Looks a confident golfer. Welcome to all the viewers from Antigua. Takes the ball over. He takes the overhead route. And what a brilliant shot there. Is it? And just to the edge of the bunker. And it's a very safe shot now, but executed extremely well. And again, that's why it's always a privilege to see the professional golfers playing. And there we have the match officials. Mr. Paul Ramtran on the left and Mr. Harun Joseph, the starter. Taking a drive around the course. Making sure everything is in check. So that group there with Mr. Talin Rajendranath, Anthony Gill and Omari James from Antigua. They'd be looking to finish up hole number 18 shortly. And welcome back Mr. Ashmid Ali to the stream. Asking all the viewers to share the stream. It's a big day for the TNT Open. And some pro golfers here now on hole number 18. Mr. Anthony Gill now in your frame. And we have Mr. Anthony Gill now will be getting that ball, or he's taking some practice swings to make sure he gets it correctly. And just talking to my lead scorer here, Mr. Percy Samlal Singh, offering me some refreshments. But it's a very interesting combination of apple and chana chow. Only found in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know if any of the viewers have ever had apple and chana chow, but you're welcome to pass by the commentary booth and have a taste. With the local chefs here, Mr. Kurt Lima and Mr. Percy Samlal Singh. And back on to green number 18. Chipping the ball there, Omari James, from Antigua and Barbuda. And not a very controlled shot, and it's always difficult to get it on the screen because it's going to be tough getting it straight into the hole. It requires a lot of skill, but definitely something that will make it easier once you get it closer. And we have Mr. Talin Rajendra that now. He'll be trying to make this hole. His father and caddy is looking on very closely. He's taking a few practice swings there, and we see there Mr. Anting will just shift the flag a bit. He has to come in first from his position, which is behind the green. And again, it's always a pleasure to look at the professional players. You learn so much from their skill, their focus, their concentration. And Mr. Gill now, very experienced golfer. He'll be trying to get it into the pin position as in least shots as possible, obviously, using the slope of the green to get it closely in. And it's just pulled up. And I guess he's obviously maybe a little bit disappointed after playing these 18 holes. Pussy. And Mr. Talin Rajendranath just puts out his ball there. And Mr. Omari James from Antigua and Barbuda, well represented here in Trinidad for this TTOPEN, this prestigious tournament. Rolls the ball up, and it seems to be very tough. And we were told by one of the locals here at the St. Andrews Golf Club that the pin positions are a bit trickier today. And there we see the camaraderie between the players. And taking you all now over from a word from our sponsor. And I'll be back here at St. Andrews Golf Club, and in our frame we have Mr. Michael Charles on the right and Mr. Zaid Khan. Mr. Michael Charles, the Vice President of the TTGA, and Mr. Zaid Khan, one of the senior golfers as well. That's Mr. Michael Charles there. And they're coming down fairway number 9 to finish up. And back on the stream there, we have the group of Mr. Mike Charles, Zaikad, and Morris Matura. They're on the hole number 9 green. They will be putting on hole number 9. To finish up hole number 9 and to start the back 9. And a very quiet period now at St. Andrews Golf Club because the players have gone off and to the different areas. And those of you who know the design of the course, the back 9 is in one direction and the front 9 is in the opposite direction, nestled in the valley here at Moka Maraval. And there we see them finishing up that front nine, sorry, in the senior category. Zaid Khan now, Maurice Maturan, Michael Charles in this group. And there we see Zaid Khan just tapping in the ball. And Maurice Maturan, the yellow pants, out of the Point Pierre Golf Club, one of the most experienced golfers here in Trinidad and Tobago. He's 80 years, I believe, or 81, and he plays golf almost every day. He's a very very jolly person, very friendly. He visited us here at the community route on many occasions over the last 4 days, and although he played for 2 days, he was actually caddying for his friend in the first day, and you can see the determination of a senior man like Mr. Maurice Matura here at the St. Andrews Golf Club, and just like to congratulate Mr. Matura in all his accomplishments in golf over the years, and he continues to look so strong. About 81 years. Mr. Maurice Matura in his yellow pants. Just coming out from behind the tree there a bit.
Wait. Make sure you see first. No, wait. Make sure you see first.
In that group there, Mr. Michael Charles, Mr. Maurice Matura, and Mr. Zaid Khan finishing up their game. Finishing in front nine, sorry. And a good opportunity just to have a look after one of our sponsor ads for today. Taking us back over to fairway number 18. Fairway number 9, my apologies, with the group with John Henry. And taking in, want to thank our sponsors for the live stream and live scoring. Ashmid Ali Contracting Services Limited, Eden Cape Properties Limited, Treasure Chest, Builders Incorporated Limited, DS Movers Limited, SRF Auto Repair Service, Ashnat Foundation, Kennicon Engineering Limited, the Online Valves Limited, Let's Learn Golf Tobago, Solar World, TT, Building HSC Limited, Beyond Paint, and Evergreen Designs. And thank you so much for being part of this prestigious event. And bringing you back the commentary on now on hole number 9. Tee box number 9. It's approaching, well, it's just after lunch here, 1:43 in the afternoon. And many persons, the clubhouse has a lot of persons there. The visitors are having their lunch. And the golfers who teed off on the front and back, as I mentioned before, the golf course at Mocha here, better known as Mocha Golf Course, and the St. Andrews Golf Course. It's the front 9 and back 9 in opposite directions. So once you tee off, you move opposite directions and makes for a very nice circuit to play on. And in the commentary booth, it's a bit quiet. Everybody's hungry. It's been 4 days of 4 days of streaming and scoring by the Novel Sports Stream team. And want to welcome to the booth Mr. Jeffrey Clavery, who has been with us for the last 2 days. A big supporter of Novel Sports. And I want to thank Mr. Jeffrey Clavery for all his support in making this possible. I want to shout out Mr. Darren Dure, who spent his birthday with us here in the commentary booth. And then have an opportunity as a birthday present to see Trinidad and Tobago beat Barbados 9-0, courtesy of our good friend and scorer, Mr. Percy Samlal Singh. And our top amateur golfer in the tent here, Mr. Kirk Limmer. I've been corrected here, not amateur, but aspiring amateur golfer. In all smiles. And our young up-and-coming golfer ready to hit the circuit shortly, Mr. Gibran Lal, Mr. Aviation 2007. And not to mention our star aviation and golf enthusiast, Mr. Kiva Sigobin, also a race car driver, I've been corrected again. The stream team, the Novel Sports Stream team, bringing it live to everyone. And the rain has just come down there, and off the camera you can see the rain coming down with that group moving off. Front 9, that's the group with Dave Cameron in the yellow jersey and John Henry. And the viewers can log on to the scores at ttgolfassociation.org. You can follow the live leaderboard where we get the scores every 4 or 5 holes on the course, and you're able to view the scores. And there we have in the frame in the golf cart Mr. Simon Hussein, a member of the TTGA, the junior coordinator, taking shelter with his young one. We'd like to compliment the staff of the TTGA. Has been phenomenal in the organization for this event, with attracting many visitors, also attracting some very good sponsors to make this a reality. And we'd like to thank the sponsors who came on board in supporting this initiative, and definitely can see how successful this event has been. And we can see a view there of the mountain with the rain coming down in front of the mountain. And we see our friend there walking off very casually onto the fairway, sipping a drink. Couldn't be bothered one bit about the rain. He's probably very glad that the rain is falling and is refreshing him. And very, very rainy weather coming down. And all the umbrellas will come out on the course now. And I do think there that it might change a bit. That Mr. Wayne Batiste, the president of the TTGA with the green umbrella, walking to coming up to number 9 and can take in the action here. And we see how the weather again has changed. All we can see is one little blue patch in the sky. And the rain is definitely going to change the game today. And the rain is falling, and the cameraman is going to pick out someone there, I believe, in the crowd. Oh, look at that. That's Mr. Brett Fortune, one of the hard-working officials here, working and volunteering his services on behalf of the TTGA. As we tell, he's one of our best friends here. And he's having a sneaking some lunch very quietly. And he's been on the course all day, assisting with the live scoring and getting the card keepers up and running. And you can see it's changed significantly here at Valley here at Mocha and St. Andrews Golf Course. And there we see our stream team crew with Mr. Kirk Lima with the umbrella taking some shelter, and Mr. Gibran Lal in front, Kiva Sigobin, and commentator on the mic, and Mr. Jeffrey Clavery to the back, and Mr. Percy Samlal sing to the front, feeling better after being ill for the last couple of days. And he's back with us, and Mr. Darren Dury on the camera. That's a wonderful scene here, and we're hoping that sometime today, if not very soon, we'll be taking Mr. Samlal Singh to the course. And the conditions has changed as we're going back to catch up with this group on hole number 9. And the temperature has dropped significantly. And we have a comment here by Mr. Ashmid Ali following the IPL, the action IPL, and sharing the score with us live. And there we have the team there, Mr. Wayne Batiste, finishing up hole number 9 in this weather. And Just thinking back at the pros, they on the front nine, and they would have been battling this weather. It makes the grip on the club a little more difficult. And just as they come in, we'll have a look at the leaderboard. And clearing up a bit now. We getting a nice clear shot there. Mr. Wayne Batiste and Mr. Dave Rajkumar were just in the frame of the blue jersey. He rolls it to the hole, and my goodness, disappointment again. That expression that we see so often on the golf course. And for those of you who play, know how that feels when you finish you putt and you just miss to the side. You know, you want to make sure you can get the ball into the hole and not waste any shots on the green. And again, just missing the hole and has to tap it in. And the other players in that group, Mr. Derek Charles Gonzalez and Mr. Ezekiel Percival, played in the senior category. Trying to finish up hole number 9. And the rain again has stopped. And it's a very clear day now. A bit overcast, but you can see in the camera that you're getting a very good quality picture. Mr. Dave Rajkumar just missed that pot, and again, disappointment. I would love to take a walk over to that green to see what is making that green so difficult after being in such a good position. We'll probably ask Mr. Batiste when he joins us later in the commentary booth. Hardworking president of the TTGA. And making time also to enjoy this game of golf in the seniors category. Waving to the crowd. I'm sure he's sending his best wishes to all the visitors here that came to the tournament to lend a very professional atmosphere to the TT Open. And Mr. Dave Rajkumar in the frame. And finishing up that group just now, Mr. Dave Rajkumar in the picture, one of the course curators at Point Pierre Golf Club, knows the secrets about Point Pierre Golf Club in the southern part of Trinidad and Tobago, and the other members there. And see the clubhouse buzzing with activity now. As we wait, we could look at the scores down the live lead.
Yes, good day, viewing public. We have on the mic here with me Afia Alexander, young, new golfer. She's here. I'm looking on and very enthusiastic about the tournament. Let's hear what she have to say about the golf tournament.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is really a pleasure to be here this afternoon to experience the final day of this exciting tournament, the TT Open. Today, I'm expecting to see some really good game from the professionals, such as Joe Hoon, and even from the president of the TTGA, Mr. Wayne Batiste. So I'm looking forward to walking past of the back nine and seeing some real competitive golf today.
So, Mr. Fia, thank you so much for joining us at the commentary booth. And Wayne Batiste is off to hit the back nine, and I think you are his main supporter.
Yes, I am.
So you'll have to go out and give him some good luck, because what we've been seeing here, he needs a lot of luck. So
Hopefully, I'm his good luck champ.
how long have you been playing golf?
Not very
Very
long.
new.
Very
new
fresh.
amateur golfer. So it's always good to see if the very new golfers out here at this prestigious tournament. And what about Mr. Batiste? How is his golf going these days?
His golf isn't too bad these days, except that he's been very busy with making sure that this tournament has kept the value and the dignity that it has for over the years. And I think today he has to just shut down everything and play his game. Today he just has to play golf.
And just to focus.
Yes.
You actually sound like a golf coach. So that's good. You know, I always say the people who know someone the best could make the best coach. So I really hope he listens to your advice.
I hope so too.
And I hope that you could enforce it, because I think you really need some help today.
Yeah, okay.
After 4 days of golf. So Afia, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary booth.
No problem.
And I think you'll make an excellent commentator. So feel free to pass back later this afternoon and
Okay.
enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
And that's the group there with Sheris Rampasad in the yellow jersey. And his caddy, Mr. Kirsten Ramroop. If you can find him, Mr. Cameraman. Yes, that's him. A young golfer out of the Using St. Madeleine Golf Club. And he's also a runner, long distance runner. Plays very good golf and has been very successful and training very hard. And we see the combination of sports there making it successful in both games. So that's a group with Ben Fitzwilliams, Rodney Phillip, Rohan Ravikumar, and Sheris Rampasad. And they actually did that front nine pretty quickly. A group of young golfers. I think they definitely will be able to finish this round in a very timely manner. And this, once again, the sun is out, as if rain never fell. Very bright, and the temperature is changing. a few degrees every time. And just looking there at the group with Mr. Wayne Batiste heading out to the back nine now. And they'll be out there probably for a couple hours because they have to contend with the other golfers up in front and play it safe. We have Mr. Sheris Rampasad out of the Using Golf Club, putting out there and tapping in. Once a pro golfer, and one of the best golfers this season. He's actually in very good form, taking part in many local competitions here. He also assists with coaching with youngsters at Using St. Madeleine Golf Club. I'm just waiting for this group to finish up. With Rohan Ravikumar, Rodney Phillip, and Ben Fitzwilliams and Sheris Rampasad coming out the front nine. And they just finished the front nine. And we see some young supporters there just came to the golf course to have a look at the TT Open. And we like to encourage all golfers. This is a perfect opportunity to have a good look at some of the professionals playing, and to some of the top golfers, not only in Trinidad and Tobago but in the region, came to Trinidad for this tournament. And we've seen some good performances. One comes to mind, Mr. Wesley Brown and Joe Hearn, who are in the leading group for the Pro Division. As we see there, the group walking off of hole number 9. And looking at all these groups, you can see some of the top golfers in Trinidad and Tobago. And there we can see Rohan Ravikumar just passed there. And in the frame, the guys from Using St. Madeleine, Mr. Sheris Rampasad and Mr. Kirsten Ramroop. And they're heading out to the back nine, I believe, now. Wish them all the best. And on the practice green, Jean-Marc Chavroté giving some coaching tips to his friends. Getting ready. And see the effort that they put in this game of golf requires a lot of effort to be successful and to grow. And we're taking in a word from our sponsors. And welcome back here to St. Andrews Golf Club with a view of the clubhouse. And we have a group coming up on hole number 9. And I believe that's young Ethan Hill.
Yep.
And we want to welcome to the commentary booth Mr. Adam Montano, one of the pro golfers in Trinidad and Tobago. And he's joining us here for a bit of commentary this afternoon. Welcome, Adam.
Thanks very much, Dwayne, for having me. Young Ethan has been coming through the junior ranks for a while now and been consistently in some of the final groups.
He's been playing steady all day. We looked at his tee off on hole 1 and he seems to be just under the trees, so it looks like a low shot there.
Yeah, just trying to get it back in play, a little bit out of position off the tee shot.
And Adam, who's with us, he's also a coach. A very good coach at that as well, inspiring many young persons back at the Point of Peer Golf Club. And Adam, you know, it's the first time in the 4 days that a coach has joined us, and I think your knowledge will be very valuable to the online viewers and the stream.
Well, yeah, happy to be here, Edwin. Thanks a lot for having me. And here we have Robert Gomez. He's a bit out of position on number 1 as well.
Robert Farnham, is it?
No, Robert. That's Mr. Gomez.
Oh, sorry.
Ryan Gomez.
Ryan Gomez, yes.
So he's just trying to hit a low one under the trees. Not too happy with that at all.
And again, we see many golfers on number 9. You know, you have the entire fairway, but like any golfer, they end up by the trees.
Yeah, so number 9 is a tricky hole on this golf course. It's very tight off the tee, trouble left. So a lot of players bail out right.
And I've learned that term over these last few days, like on hole number 1, it's called the fast lane going down number 1. Are there any secrets on hole number 9?
Number 9, key, get it in play. So usually it plays a lot into the wind. So a low shot, maybe with a little fade, is ideal. Number 9.
And you know, looking at the other members in the group, Luke De Freitas and Heathcliff Kane from Bahamas, I believe, in this championship grouping. Who do you think might maybe the top golfer in this group?
I think I would give that to young Ethan Hill. Again, I know the type of practice he puts in, and again has steadily moved up the ranks in our local Trinidad circuit. Playing quite nicely right now.
I think he played for the Trinidad team last year, I believe.
Yeah, he was on our senior team last year and our junior team. Yeah. So he's getting a lot of experience, which is key for a young golfer coming up through the ranks. Tournament experience is you can't fake that. So this is really good, him playing in one of the penultimate groups.
Yeah, I think that you see that composure in these tournaments, that they have to put in a lot of focus and discipline when they're on the course, especially in a tournament of this prestige. So definitely, I think a tournament like this is going to help him build his game.
Yeah, most definitely. You can't mimic these situations in practice, and a lot of the times you get a lot of learning experiences coming through playing in these tournaments.
And that's Mr. Heathcliff Kane from Bahamas. And again, he's in the shades of the tree.
Yeah, he is. This is going to be his 3rd shot. So he's going to try and take a little low chip. Has a lot of green to work with.
And I don't know if the cameraman can pick up the club he's using.
Okay.
But he's taking it onto green now. And it's a bit difficult to see that green from where we are. But we'll get confirmation just now of where the location of the green.
It seemed like the greens are pretty firm out there, even with the amount of rain. So it seemed like it bounced off a little bit.
At St. Andrews Golf Club here, Adam, we've been seeing over the last 4 days a very, very quick change in weather. 1 minute was very sunny. We had lots of rain, lots of wind. How do you think that's going to affect the golfers out on the course?
Yeah, it affects golfers tremendously. Usually this tournament has been a lot drier in the past, so it's been a lot of hard conditions, and a lot of it now is just kind of adapting on the fly. So the greens have softened just a touch, but that changes the putting, it changes the chipping quite a bit. And especially playing any high winds, which you guys had yesterday, that would make conditions a lot harder to score.
Yeah, I think we've seen that the golfers themselves, just as they're about to tee or hit a shot, the gusts just pick up, and I think with the valley, the location of the golf course, it actually makes the wind blow even harder. And yes, it definitely plays on your mind when you know the conditions is changing ever so often. And even in one game throughout the day, the weather would have changed probably 3 or 4 times already for the morning.
Yeah, and I think patience, we say it all the time in golf, but it becomes a big factor under these conditions and your short game, because you're not going to be hitting a lot of greens in a tremendous amount of wind. So your scrambling ability becomes key in trying to put together a good score.
Yeah, I think too. It's good that you join us because we've seen a lot of excitement on hole number 18.
Yeah, number 18 is very tricky. The players have to play now with the crowd behind. As a player who played number 18, you have to try and blank that out of your mind. A lot of nerves kind of coming down here.
And a very good shot there. I believe I looked the Freitas. And just to the right of the pin. Well, we have it about 5 feet, I say, away from the hole.
Yep.
And that's good control because, again, the green conditions are changing during the day. And as you said, it's still fast. But again, it plays on your mind.
Yeah.
On number 18, just going back to number 18, we as I said in the commentary booth, we right next to it and we see a lot of entertainment with people going into the gully or the Maraval River, which we learned from Mr. White.
Yeah, number 18 is all about positioning. You have to get your first shot, even if you get it into the fairway. If you're not left of center of the fairway, you basically have to now manipulate the ball with regards to the trees. So a lot of the times, you might take a risk, go for the green. Smarter plays just to lay up short of the Cabrada and try and make a par from there.
And we just have a shout out there from Mr. Adam. Hi Adam, that's from my coach, from Mr. Ashmid Ali. And the supporters from St. Kitts supporting. Let's go St. Kitts. Yes, St. Kitts, they're well represented down here.
Yeah, Mr. Norford is doing really good in the championship division for some St. Kitts. Watch him play a few holes on the front nine, and he's going pretty steady right now.
And that's excellent because I think, it's very good to have the representation from the different islands. It always raises the standard of the tournament. And, we've seen the competitors like Wesley Brown. He's in the top group in the professional flight from Jamaica. And he's joined us in the commentary booth, and it was very good to have the pros here, and Adam as well as a pro. And, to get inside the minds of the pros to understand how they approach a game, I think is important. And Adam, what do you think is the mindset coming into day 4 for the pro golfers?
I think they have to approach today just like any other day of golf. They put too much high expectations in the beginning. A lot of times when you expect a lot out of golf, you get tight. So I think if they come into today just as another day on the golf course, nothing high at stake, even though there is high stakes, they'll be able to play a lot more relaxed and be a lot more relaxed in their approach to shots that they would have hit millions of times before.
Yeah, I think too that, we've seen in that pro group, in the leading group, Joe Hearn from the US, Wesley Brown from Jamaica, Chris Richards Sr. and Ben Martin. So it's 2 foreigners competing against the 2 locals, and you have the home course hero here, Mr. Ben Martin. So it's good if you're expecting a tight finish?
Right now, Ben is playing really well, so he's kind of pulling away from the pack. So I expect Ben to comfortably finish. But it's great to have the representation from the States, from around the Caribbean. This is kind of what tournament golf is about. We all share this similar interest, and it's great to have foreign players coming to Trinidad. Hope that this can be something that we can continue around the Caribbean with more professional and elite amateur tournaments.
Yeah, I think definitely it's a privilege for us to be here doing this live stream for the first time in Trinidad and Tobago, and also doing a live leaderboard. And the level of competition we've seen is very, very difficult. And I think for any young golfer should take the opportunity to have a look at it. And there we see Mr. Heathcliff, Heathcliff Kane, right?
Yeah, Heathcliff Kane. So we just saw two short putts miss you hole, and this is Mocha at its finest. It can be extremely frustrating from just around the hole. You have to deal with the speed, the grain, and the subtle breaks that is really the defense of Mocha.
I like how you put that because we've noticed here on the commentary booth, as you can see from the camera angles, especially on green number 9 and green number 18, it's very, very difficult. And, you know, 2 putts, 3 putts from positions that you would expect the ball to go into the hole. And I think speed, is it speed control the critical factor?
So speed is really critical in Mocha. But you have to marry that with almost at time perfect lines. There's just a lot of subtle breaks that you have on these green complexes. So today it's going to be a lot of patience in at times missing putts that you would normally make.
Yeah, I think definitely that, you know, that's good to know because you see the frustration on some of the golfers. And, you know, when we interview some of the players, the first thing they talk about is the greens.
Yeah.
And as we say, the battle really starts on the green.
Yeah, and it carries over as well too. So if you're missing a lot of shorter putts, it starts to get to you as you continue playing your round. So playing in this golf course under these kind of conditions, it's really good for your mental strength to test it.
What about, we see a group coming down now on hole number 18. Some players just before the bend.
No,
And
that would be number 9. That's
sorry, number 9. Yes,
so
sorry,
that's
number 9.
that's the lead championship division. So we have the big boys. We have Mr. Norford, Zico Correa, Chris Richards Jr., and Mr. Shane Costello.
Yes,
This is the final group in the championship division, which is a pretty tight race right now. It can go either way.
Yeah, and you mentioned those names, Zico Correa and Chris Richard Jr. You know, this morning when they teed off, we saw some of the best tees on hole number 1, and it was an indication that yes, they are going out to play serious golf and be very competitive. So hopefully we'll get the score soon when they finish the back 9.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Zico Correa, this tournament is not won on the first day. He would have had a pretty tough round. He would have shot pretty high for his standard, but he came back with a good second round and just kind of shows his mental strength. He's in the lead right now, and it's going to be a pretty tight contest coming down to the end between Mr. Norford and Mr. Correa.
So there we see Mr. Zico Correa on the right in front with the white and grey striped jersey and the Nike hat, and Mr. Chris Richards Jr. with the red jersey. And is that Shane Costello there with the grey jersey with the bag on his back?
No, that would be
His
Shane
caddy.
Costello's caddy.
Right,
That's
yes,
Mr.
yes.
Luke Thompson.
Right.
He was also a junior with us in our day.
And what about Shane Costello? I know he was the national
Yeah.
captain last year, and what's his performances like this year?
So Shane has been a great junior over the years, played Human Cup team for many years. He was on a Trinidadian team with me back in 2011 to Jamaica. And so he hasn't played recently for a while, but he's showing some pretty good form this tournament.
So very shortly they'll be heading into that'll be their second shot or third shot.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the drives here on number 9. It seems like everybody hit the fairway. One of the toughest driving holes at Mocha, number 9, so we can see why they're in the last group. One of the key things in Mocha as well, besides your putting, it really tests accuracy. The fairways are pretty tight from 9 going all the way to 18. That's when the golf course gets pretty tough. So if you can get around 9, 10, 11 at even par, 1 over par, you're in good shape.
You know, we've noticed a lot of the golfers, you know, after the first 2 days, on the third day they resort to their irons on the tee box.
Yeah.
And I think that is, as what you said, you know, because of the tight fairways, they probably want a little more control.
Yeah, it's definitely a course that you can't bully. You have to put it in play. So you're going to see a lot of the guys that shoot good scores. They're going to be pretty accurate You can't. There's not too much leeway on this golf course.
And what we did see as well on hole number 1, as the winds began to gust, they teed down a bit and using a driver hit it flat and straight down hole number 1. And I think those that did do it that way, they did finish in the center of the fairway. A lot of the golfers did fade way off to the bamboo
Yeah.
over fairway number 9.
Yeah.
So, a bit of disappointment. But is that a common thing here at Mocha?
So number 1 in particular, the miss, if you had to miss, would be to the right, because left is OB, right is you're still in play on number 9. So a lot of the times you're going to find good players. They will, when they're taking a shot, yes, they wanted it in the middle of the fairway, but they will bail out to one side, and the bail out on number 1 is on number 9 fairway. So you can still make par from there. So now we're going to see Zico.
So at this point, we see the caddy in deep discussion with Zico. What are some of the discussions that a caddy would have with a champion golfer like Zico at this stage?
Right now, they're just trying to figure out what the wind is doing and how that's going to affect the club selection. So, knowing number 9 at Mocha, it's going to play definitely into the wind. So you're probably going to take a club and a half more. Let's see what Chain does.
Looks like a very smooth swing there just to get it onto the green. We'll be hopefully seeing it shortly where it landed.
Seemed like it was okay. Wasn't on the green, but in a good place that he can chip and putt and make his par.
So is number 9 an easy hole to birdie?
Number 9, I think you would be happy with a par any day. It's a hole that, again, accuracy of the tee is critical, but the second shot, even if you hit the fairway, it's not easy. So Zico is looking like he has a mid-iron in his hand.
A lot of focus there by Zico. I think that's his approach, to make sure he's well set and well prepared before he executes a shot.
Yeah. Oh, and that's a great shot.
Onto the green. And
really, really good shot.
And definitely
I think you take that all day.
Yeah.
So he's about 20 feet from the pin. Really good play.
And I think that's the first major relief you have as a golfer, just to get onto the green.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see Mr. Norfolk there. Now, we don't know for sure if he went into the hazard to the left, so it might be his second shot, possibly third. Okay. Okay.
And young Chris Richards Jr. now. It's time for his shot. Do you think he can reach the green from there, Adam?
Yeah, so he has a good angle into the pin. Just to the right side of the fairway. And he's hit it pretty hard up there. That's also another good shot, safe, about 20 feet from the pin.
And it's really inspiring to see these young golfers deliver or execute those shots so almost perfectly, because it definitely puts them to a position where they can par or birdie the hole.
Yeah, this just shows their growth in the game. I've known Chris and Zico for a while now, and they've played in a lot of tournaments to get to this level. They have pretty good coaches, so it's really nice to see them playing so well, playing in the last groups of such a major national tournament.
And there we have one of the match officials, Mr. Paul Ramtran, going out to visit one of the groups. Probably going to have a word with them to talk about the rules on a particular hole. And it's something that's added a definite unbiasedness to the competition, where they have two match officials from Puerto Rico, I believe, and even the local experts in the match rulings. They have been present on the course, and they are assisting in keeping the game flowing and making sure the rules are are correctly applied and making sure the game is fair to everyone.
Yeah, golf has a lot of rules and a lot of ways to infer those rules. So it's really important at these major tournaments that they have an unbiased team of representatives to help players go through the motions and make the right choices, decisions.
And just want to remind the viewers on the stream, you can visit ttgolfassociation.org to get the live leaderboard scores, and you can follow the action there. Coming along to this evening, you will follow, and you can see the scores of the leaders, and very soon you'll be seeing the leading pro group coming up.
Yeah, I took a look at the leading group a little bit this morning, and everybody was pretty steady. In Mocha, one of the things is that the start of the course is pretty friendly, and gradually as you get to number 9, the meat of the course, it really starts to get a lot harder and starts to test a lot of other parts of your game. So they were able to take care of those first 6 holes pretty easy. A few of them are under par, but it'll be exciting to see what they do the last day, back 9 at Mocha.
Over the 4 days, Adam, do you think the amount of persons walking on the greens, how much does the spike marks influence the ball, or do you think it's going to play a factor on the green?
I think probably in the past when we had a lot of metal spikes with regards to golf shoes, but now not so much. The rubber spikes don't do as much to these greens as they would have done in the past, and the greens crew at Mocha are so well experienced and do such a good job in taking care of these complexes that it's not going to be too much of a factor. I just think that the green complexes themselves, with the subtle breaks, turns and green, really mentally test somebody for 4 days.
I think you obviously know the course, and exactly what you are describing is what we saw over the last 3 days, especially on hole number 18, where the ball was drifting from side to side with short putts. It was running at different speeds. It was pulling up short, and there were so many golfers that did not make the putts in the anticipated number of shots, and they just had to deal with the score.
Yeah, the back 9 greens, the slopes on them are a lot more severe than the front 9, so it requires a lot of soft touch in your hands, a lot of imagination in the lines that you choose, and then above all, patience.
And you have young Zico putting, using his putter from on the edge of the
Yep.
green.
Yeah, this is a good look at birdie.
It's behind the tree though.
And he seemed like he just wanted to lag it up close, get his par, and move on.
Yeah, I think it's not about, in these critical situations, not getting too overconfident.
No, par at this time, for the last couple holes, is all you want. Greens in regulation, fairways, 2 putts. Nothing fancy.
So at one point in the game, Adam, do you think the golfer needs to pull out that extra to probably aggressively go after a birdie and really try to take the lead? Do you think that is a safe approach?
I think at this point, in this particular grouping, it looks like it's about a 2-horse race between Northwood and Karaya. And I think they will probably approach the back 9 in more of a match play format, be looking at what each other does and then making a decision based on each player.
Definitely what you're saying there sounds like a test of maturity and judgment.
Yeah, but for somebody a little further behind, like Mr. Richards, he's going to have to put his foot on the gas. So if he wants to be up in the top spot, he's going to have to go, as holes are going to start to run out very shortly.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's all part of the game. It's all part of the develop and grow into becoming a top golfer. And like any sport, you can have a good season, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
Yeah. And yes, you're correct. It's all about learning, figuring out what you did well, what you don't do so well under pressure, and then developing from there. So Chris is going to make a par.
And I believe I can see the pro group. Is that the pro group coming up?
Yeah, this is going to be the second to last penultimate group on the tee box on 9. Finishing up here, Mr. Costello. I believe he finished with a par as well.
And Zico finishing up the putt in there on hole number 9. Wants to make sure.
Nice. A really solid par from Zico. It's going to be interesting to see what the scores are after the first 9 holes. To see if it's still a tight race.
So behind this group, we have...
We're going to have the penultimate pro group. It's Dwayne Perman, Zachary Rami of the USA, Orville Christie of Jamaica, and Nicholas Jones of, I believe, Bermuda.
Right, so it's again a very exciting contest here, and although they may not be in the run for first place, but again it's about finishing as strong as you can, because you represent not only yourself, you represent your country, you represent the region, and it's definitely something to be proud of to, you know, come into a foreign country and play in this in a prestigious tournament like the TT Open.
Yeah, as I was saying before, it's great to have foreigners come to Trinidad, play on this great course. It raises the bar of the competition, and hopefully this can be something that can be a little more ongoing throughout the Caribbean. It'd be nice to have a lot more major pro events for some of our regional players to go to participate in.
And you know, this is something we've discussed not only with yourself, Alan, but the other representatives from the other Caribbean islands when they came to the commentary booth, that they were basically pleading to, you know, have competitions that can attract this level of skill. And, you know, it's a good opportunity now because we have sponsors on board and tuned in and listening in, that encourage more sponsors to come on board to showcase the talent of the professional golfers and the top golfers, which, you know, would definitely raise the standard for everyone in the country.
Yeah, no question, Dwayne, is that competition is what is going to help push golfers to get a little better, to be a little sharper, and then to hopefully go on to play at higher levels, better competitions around the world. So we have our, I believe, our Jamaican representative here, and he's pushed his drive a bit on number 9, just trying to get it back in play under the trees. That is Mr. Orville Christie.
And that's represented from the US, Zachary Rami.
Yeah, Zachary is on number 9 fairway as well. Again on this 9th hole.
He's a big golfer, and on number 1, I remember he stepped up there.
Number 1 fairway, sorry.
Yeah.
So again, he's kind of bailed out to the right. Safe play, still in play. And he's going to have to hit a low one on the trees to get it back in front of the green on 9.
I was just saying that on number 1, he stepped up to the number 1 tee box with the iron and hit it just as hard as anyone's driver.
Yeah, he's a big boy. He's a big boy.
He makes that iron look so small.
Yeah, looks like he's taking a high approach, probably a high draw. Yeah, he went for the high option. Great shot. Great shot.
My goodness, look at that. That's a shot of a pro.
Super shot from that position. So he didn't play the low option. He went over the trees with a high draw. He's a big boy and he swings pretty smooth. And that's kind of the key playing tournament golf. So stay nice and relaxed, nice and smooth. And good lesson for youngsters to look at. You don't have to hit it as hard as you can all the time.
Yeah, and I think, when you coach youngsters, you want to make sure they make the right decision. Only believe it's about strength, but it's really about decision making as well.
Yeah, 100% believe in that.
So we've seen some really good golf here now on the final day with these groups, the leading groups coming off the front nine. And definitely, I think the viewers locked on should stick around, share the stream with your friends and your family. For those of you who've never played golf, it's a good opportunity right here in Trinidad to be able to look at some professional and amateur golf.
Yeah, great opportunity to look at it if you're home on a Sunday. And you can still make it to Mocha to come and watch live the last 9 holes. Should be a really exciting finish in the last groups.
And I don't know if behind this group it's Ben Martin and his group.
Yeah, and we're gonna get on the tee, number 9. That's the final group of Ben Martin, Joe Hearn of the USA, Wesley Brown of Jamaica, and Christopher Richard Sr. of Trinidad.
Cut to something else. Let me see.
I'm just taking a view down there of number 10. The group's just moving on fairway number 10.
Yeah, so this is where the action is going to really start. Have we got the scores from the championship? So we'll just give the viewers at home a chance to pick up the action on what's going on in a keenly contested championship division. Zico Correa is 15 over. He's holding the lead 2 over Adrian Norford of the St. Kitts. Chris Richards Jr. is 21 over. And Shane Costello is 23 over. So Zico doing a really good job of holding the lead that he's held since day 2. But now anything can happen on the back 9 at Mocha.
So joining back the action there on green number 9. And here we see Mr. Rami, Zachary Rami of the US.
Yeah.
He had a very good shot onto the green. And you can view the scores on ttgolfassociation.org. You can see the live leaderboards and even look at some of the scores. And for those of you who are at the golf course, you can look at your mobile view as well on the score center. And following shortly, this group would be the leading group for this big competition.
So we have Nicholas. So the other challenge in Mocha is chipping around the greens. The savanna grass can be a bit tricky at times. So kind of saw that there with Mr. Jones. Not his best effort. Let's see how he deals with this 4th shot.
So a shot like that is definitely going to set you back probably a couple strokes. And
yes, let's see how he regroups with this one. And again, difficulty with hitting into the green in these little short shots around Mocha. The club tends to get stuck into the ground. So again, another little part that you have to deal with.
Just taking you over to tee box number 10 after this chip. We have the group with Zico teeing off on number 10.
Yeah, we have the leading championship group here. And Zico seems to be in good shape teeing off first. Has the honor. Seems like he's going with a long iron just to put it in play. Number 10 again is all about position. It's not a hole that you have to attack, just a hole to get it in play.
Sounded pretty good, the Adam.
Yep, sounded good.
Is that Shane Costello, I believe, is up next.
And looks like he's done job number 1. He put it in the fairway. So at this point in this division, it looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race between Mr. Caraya and Norford, unless Mr. Costello and young Chris Jr. start to make a move. Great swing for juniors to watch. Great tempo from Mr. Costello.
Sounded again, very good.
Yeah, another one with a long iron, just trying to put it in play.
And going back here to green number 1, Mr. Rami.
Yep.
Zachary Rami of the US.
Nice look at birdie here, straight up the hill. Should break a little left to right.
I don't know if our cameraman can give us a shot of that crowd walking up fairway number 9.
Yep.
It reminds me of the PGA.
Yeah, this is what golfers play for, trying to get in that last group. A nice crowd building up there, watching top.
I'm just going to switch over there to that crowd and look how this is what a prestigious tournament is about. You know, that's the big group, the leaders in the pro division. They have caddies, they have supporters, they have even young golfers following them to see how they are playing. I'm taking back over now to green number 9 to see the putt and finishing on this group. Dwayne Pearman, is it?
We have Mr. Pearman having his putt here. 10-footer, not that easy, just tapping in.
And I think Mr. Orville Christie there, he was in the commentary booth yesterday, giving us a Jamaican rhythm with the red hat.
Yeah, it's great to have other representatives of the islands come down. Great for the camaraderie. Great for just growing the game in the Caribbean region.
And for the streamers and looking on and the supporters looking on, this is a time to share the stream with your friends and family and all those abroad. The big group, the leading pro group, will be joining us in a couple minutes. They are coming up on hole number 9. We're just finishing looking at this group here, and then we'll take you over to the action with the pro group. That is Mr. Orville Christie from Jamaica.
Let's see how he does on this little putt win again. Proving challenging on the screen so far with watching the last few groups. And then just another example of putting at Mocha. Subtle breaks, tricky all day long.
That disappointing emotion we've seen so often. I don't know if our expectations is too high, but you know, you always are optimistic that it will be a super shot, something that we can enjoy and the viewers can enjoy.
Yeah. Well, this is a true defense of Mocha around the greens. They can really test a player's patience all day.
And we see the pro group in the back waiting patiently to reach that green, and Mr. Ben Martin just preparing himself until the group ahead is clear of the green. And that's the crowd there. Mr. Dale Hasrana and Mr. Harun Joseph, two very experienced administrators in the game of golf.
Yeah, Ben seems to have hit number 9 fairway. That was job 1. Again, one of the most difficult fairways to hit. Looks like he has a mid-iron in his hand. He's in perfect position. Just left of center. We're going to go first to Mr. Chris Richards.
So Chris Richards Sr., he's ably assisted by his caddy, Miss Jada Charles. And it's good to see the youngsters coming out and supporting these senior golfers.
Yeah, another good.
I think it's Mr. Wesley Brown off to the left. He'll be taking the first shot.
Yeah, so Mr. Wesley Brown has put it way to the right-hand side of number one, but is actually in a good position. He took the high route.
And he's been very confident recently and playing very well.
But that is not in a great position if it did go left. So we'll see what happens. We'll see where Mr. Wesley is shortly.
And now we have,
We have Chris Richards. He's on number one fairway as well. He's going to have to play a slightly different shot here because he doesn't have enough room, so it's going to be low, preferably with a little draw. Great player, so let's see what he does with this. He seems to like it. He's posing. It seems to be in an okay position. That was a good shot from that angle. And now we have the young American, Mr. Joe Hearn. I believe it's first time playing in this tournament. And he's in the final group. Let's see what he does. Good position. Not a bad shot. Not a bad shot. Just on the fringe. That's not a difficult chip. About 15 feet away. Pretty good shot from there. Last but not least, we have our leader, Mr. Ben Martin. Perfect position to attack this flag.
Looks a very smooth swing.
Yeah, great swing.
A very good shot there. Onto the green. Just to the left in the camera on the frame.
Yeah, that was smart. Just put it to the middle of the green and has a nice uphill putt for his birdie. So we'll see what he does from there.
And just take a look back at that crowd. All what are these prestigious tournaments, the TT Open hosted by the TTGA. And the viewers can see what an exciting finish this is. This is right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Almost like the PGA we're looking at here at St. Andrews Golf Club.
Yeah. Really nice crowd coming to the close of this great tournament. And hopefully it's going to get a little bigger as we go up the back nine.
Mr. Wesley Brown there looks a bit disappointed. He's been playing very hard. He's been representing Jamaica in this tournament, and he wants to finish strongly.
Yeah.
Still has the back nine to see what he can do.
I believe this is Wesley's first Trinidad Open as well too. He played recently in the Jamaican Open. So hopefully we have him back for years to come as this tournament continues to grow.
And onto the green now on hole number 9 with Ben Martin marking his ball. So Joe Hearn to the left of the green there.
Yeah, I think it's Mr. Wesley Brown to play first.
And we see that a lot of the visiting golfers have depended on the local caddies. Is that on purpose, or do you think they will travel with their own caddies?
I think that's definitely a recommendation, playing Mocha, for anyone, is that the caddies have the best local knowledge. And it is a golf course where you need a lot of local knowledge to do well on. The greens, as we talked about a lot, are very subtle. A lot of the times there are breaks that you won't be able to see on your own. So local caddies come in very helpful. So we have Mr. Clint Alfred, Ben Martin's caddy. Clint is a former national Trinidad player. Great player in his own right. And I'm sure he's helped Ben a lot navigate these greens through the course of this week.
I remember seeing Clint Alfred play a couple of times, and I did notice he almost like a pro.
Yep, so he was professional. He had turned professional. He's now back amateur, but he's a great player.
And that combination of a pro and a pro,
Yeah, deadly
it's
combination
deadly.
this week, especially with such a great player like Ben.
And the results has definitely shown up to this point. I don't think, as you mentioned, Ben pulling away from the pack, if the back nine is going to be more challenging.
So this is a pretty easy putt for Ben at his level, left or right, up the hill. Expect him to just lag it up there. Looks pretty good. A little bit of work to clean up. Or it looks like a top in.
So that'd be birdie.
So that's a nice safe par for
right.
Barton. Looks like he had a pretty solid front nine, and I think he's taken a commanding lead going into the last 9 holes. Let's see who's playing now.
Looks like Joe Hearn looks like he's warming up.
Yeah, so Joe Hearn, he selected the putter. I think that's a good choice. And I think that would be a little longer than what he would have wanted, so he has a little bit of work to do for his par. Again, all these putts 2 feet and above at Mocha. You really have to take your time. Now we have Chris Senior. He was a little long, so he's having a chip shot. Nice touch.
I notice sometimes a lot with Chris. I wouldn't say risky shots, but he takes some very aggressive shots, but he has a very good recovery.
Yeah. By nature, he would be an aggressive player, but he has a great short game. So if those shots go awry just a touch, he can scramble very well. Now we have
Wesley Brown. That's
Wesley Brown.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can scramble. Oh, great shot! Actually hit the pin.
My goodness. That's what
hit
you
the
need.
pin, but he still has some work to do. Looks like about 5-6 feet. And again, these putts at Mocha, they're no gimmies. So you're gonna notice the players really take the time with these short putts around Mocha.
See, Mr. Chris Senior is warming up there. And you all can log on to ttgolfassociation.org to have a look at the leaderboard and follow it for the rest of the afternoon. As we get the scores coming in, we'll update the scoreboard over online so you can follow the winners of these competitions.
So Wesley just cleaning up here. And again, just not being able to get the short putts in the hole.
It's amazing. Just looking at this, I feel before I play, I'll have to be putting for about 6 months before I can play here.
I don't think we've seen anybody sink a putt longer than 3 feet on this hole.
It's been like that all 4 days, Adam.
Yeah, really tricky.
You may probably stand up with a chance putting it straight into the hole like a basketball.
So this would settle down Mr. Hearn a lot going onto the back nine, making this putt. I think he would be in good position. Don't quite think he could run down first, but second place for sure. Just needs to steady his nerves, take his time. Great save. Great putt.
I think he's happy with that, finishing off.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be a tight battle for second place. We'll see what the scores are in a bit.
You just see Ben Martin making his way across the bridge to the clubhouse to head over to number 10 tee box. The last few hours of the T&T Open hosted by TTGA. And this group will be taking the crowd with them. And you can see the crowd coming heading towards the St. Andrews Golf Club. So Adam,
Yeah.
I guess you're going to have a look at the course now.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at the action on the course, going up the back nine. Should be an exciting finish between the championship and the pro division.
So Adam, I want to thank you very much for joining us here and sharing all your knowledge and experience in the game of golf. And hopefully next year we'll see you on the course winning this competition.
I appreciate that, Dwayne. Yeah, hopefully next year I would love to get back to competing. So thanks a lot for having me.
Thanks, Adam. All the best. We're giving all the fellow commentators a pen from Victron Energy, who has supplied our standby power. So just log it back on there and you'll have heard the comments and the excitement at the commentary booth. We just forgot to take off our mic. That's all part of the fun we have in here to contribute. And just look at this crowd. And all these people are just following the pro division. They are following the pro division on the course. And I hope that some of you all could take the time out to still catch the last 9 holes. And finish off this afternoon very strongly. And being able to follow the pros on the back nine will be extremely valuable to all the young golfers. And the crowd is still coming in. And what an amazing feeling. I could just imagine on hole number 18 when we stream it live in a couple hours. It's going to be even more exciting. And thankfully the commentary booth has the best view here. And it's going to be very exciting. So please share the stream with your friends and colleagues. We have Mr. Ben Martin heading that group and he's pulling away from the pack. And as we wait for the action to restart, I'm going to take you all to the leaderboard where you can view the score. And just taking in the action at tee box number 10, we have the big group with Joe Hearn, Chris Richards Sr., Ben Martin, and Wesley Brown, the big man from Jamaica. Starting the back nine, and over the next couple hours we'll know who the winners are on this final 4-day competition, one of the most prestigious tournaments in the Caribbean, the Trinidad and Tobago Open, hosted by the TTGA. And would encourage everyone to stay locked on. And what a brilliant shot there by Joe Hearn. Sounded perfectly executed there. And I don't know if we can pick it up on the fairway, but it was a very, very good shot by the left-hander. And taking you back now is that Ben Martin. He's on the tee, steps back, takes a look. And will be stepping up to the ball now. And I think we need to have a word with Ben Martin after this competition if it's possible. And a very nice shot again. Sounded very well. And what a good shot there onto the fairway. Sent off the fairway, and he can see around the bend. Again, just looking at Ben Martin playing, it's definitely something to be proud of. A player of that caliber. Chris Richards Sr., arguably one of the best golfers in Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean, have represented Trinidad in many tournaments, even at the senior level, and I think very recently winning. And he hits, sounded probably like a 3-wood or a driver. Probably a driver. And again, in the middle of the fairway. And this is what we expect of these pros. We expect nothing less. And a very nice afternoon sunshine coming out there. And stepping up now, Mr. Wesley Brown, our fellow commentator from Jamaica. What a shot. Very powerful and low. Perhaps using a 9-degree driver. And can get a shot of the crowd there, Mr. Cameraman. Not that crowd, Mr. Cameraman. On behind the pro group that's heading out on number 10. And it's very, very exciting to see this following in the golf fraternity in Trinidad and Tobago. And definitely something that the pros can feel proud of, knowing that they have this kind of support going into this final day of the TTOPEN. And all these people in your frame, from left to right, they are following the leading group. And this leading group vying for these wonderful prizes at the TNT Open. And definitely, it could add a little pressure on you. And you'll have to be mentally strong to ensure that it's you remain focused in what you do. And it's a good opportunity to share a word from our sponsors. And just switching back here to the action on hole number 10. As you can see, the crowd following the golfers, the pro golfers, and more crowd is just coming in and spectators looking on. You're going to see their second shot there. And it's a very amazing sight to see this in local golf. And for those of you who are not sure, it doesn't happen in cricket or in football where you can walk onto the field or pitch, but in golf you can follow the golfers once you don't distract them and get in their way. And we have some very good golfers in the commentary booth, Mr. Kirk Lima and Mr. Gibran Lal, itching to leave the commentary booth, but unfortunately we have to keep them grounded just for a couple more hours. But I'm sure we'll be part of the celebrations this afternoon. And you have Mr. Wesley Brown looking back at the crowd. He may be a bit intimidated by this gathering. And that's a view looking down number 10 fairway. And excellent work there by the cameraman again, getting into Ben Martin's shot, his second shot. This is a time for a lot of focus. And keep taking it down the fairway there, Mr. Ben Martin. And the crowd again. What an amazing sight to see in Trinidad and Tobago golf. And, you know, it's a very encouraging sight for the youngsters to have a look at this, and hopefully we'll bring more youngsters into the game and to be able to experience this. Say nice crowd. Thanks for all your support, Mr. Ali, one of the sponsors for the live streaming, making this possible. YouTube. See the crowd there. And more people are leaving the clubhouse to walk up the back nine. And they're taking their refreshments with them, wanting to see the finish of this prestigious tournament. And for the golfers looking on abroad, we'd like to extend an invitation for you to come to the 2023 edition of the T&T Open. And there we have Mr. Kalam Sukur, one of the match officials, our representative of the TTGA in the red jersey, and the PRO officer, and Mr. Wesley Brown in front with the blue jersey, the big Jamaican pro. Very nice guy. So they'll be headed up the back nine now. And we will definitely catch them back when they come back around on the front, come back around the course. For the finish on hole number 18. So joining us live here at the commentary booth, Mr. Keith Morin, the president of the Shagaramas Golf Association. And Mr. Morin has just stepped onto the course to have a look at the finishing hours of this TT Open. Welcome, Mr. Morin.
Pleasant good afternoon. It's great being here at Mocha St. Andrews on this lovely Sunday afternoon. I actually was just about to walk up the 10th hole with my friend from who just flew in from the United States. So first time for him also, first time for me actually at a TNT Open. And I understand that Mr. Ben Martin is destroying the field at the moment.
Yes, I think for the 4 days he has been the favorite, being the homeboy at Mocha, at St. Andrews, and he's stretching his lead right now. And I am sure when you walk up number 10, you'll see the massive crowd behind the group.
Well, yeah, certainly. And we were actually about to join that crowd. I actually was in Tobago recently, and I just realized that Mr. Martin, I think this may be his fourth. If he is able to win this championship today, it's his fourth. It may be his fourth trophy. So we may be in for a historic afternoon this today.
Yeah, Mr. Martin, and you are the president of the Shagaramas Golf Club. And, it's a very, very landmark golf course out there. And can you give us an update of what's happening at Shagaramas?
Man, Shagaramas is, as you know, in beautiful, pristine conditions these days. My tenure as the Shagaramas president is actually coming to an end. Well, let me not say it's coming to an end, but our AGM is actually soon next month. But you know what? I took over the helm from Mr. Gerard Darlington last year, March. And as we know, that was the height of our lockdown. So it was quite a challenge where we took over. Actually, my first meetings with my team was via Zoom. All right, we were using online platforms in order to communicate. But you know what? We were actually able to do a lot during that period of time. Our membership has moved to, I think we've added, close to about almost 100 people within the last year of me being the president. All right. Besides adding new members, the course is in really good condition. We have a lot of support from the CDA. Presently, we've been able to develop what I describe as a very symbiotic relationship with the CDA today. So there's a lot of good things going on in Shagaramas. Our membership is quite happy with the work we've been able to accomplish over the last year. And, and hopefully come April 23rd when it's our AGM, our membership may choose for us to continue.
And I think, Mr. Warren, that's a very good, very excellent progress here in Trinidad. And there are lots of challenges here in Trinidad with funding, with opportunities for youngsters. And I was told that the Republic Bank Cup may take place at Shagaramas. Is that confirmed yet?
Yes, definitely. That's definitely confirmed. I actually just got a contract from Mr. Simon Hossain of the TTGA. So again, for those of you who may not be aware, the Republic Bank Youth Championship will be taking part at Shagaramas for the first time in its history. So we're very proud to see that event come to Shagaramas. Again, it benefits the CDA. It puts Shagaramas on the map for Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, it's an event that's associated with one of our more reputable companies in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's the first week in April, the 6th, 7th, and the 8th of April. So definitely, we invite you guys to come witness some of our best young golfers in Trinidad.
Well, definitely. I think that's an excellent opportunity there for not only Shagaramas, but the youths to play out in a very landmark course. And, here on the live stream, it's a good opportunity if you want to reach out to other sponsors for the club, because we have sponsors locked on. And I think I would encourage the sponsors to have a look at Shagaramas. It's a very beautiful course, where its location in the northwestern peninsula of Trinidad. It makes it a very scenic drive, and there's lots to do in the Shagaramas area. And Mr. Moran, if anyone wants to join the club, how easy it is to join the club?
Shagaramas, as you know, if we understand the history of Shagaramas, it's probably one of the easiest clubs in the world to join, right? We welcome everyone with open arms. The history of Shagaramas stems from obviously, Shagaramas was actually built by the Americans, right, during the time of the war. And Dr. Eric Williams, took over the club eventually when Chaguaramas, that peninsula, was returned to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And it is one of the best public courses in the country and in the Caribbean. And if you want to join, we have a membership committee that's one of the heart of our Chaguaramas, Ms. Sharon Atten. Right, she can reach out to Sharon, or we have a Facebook page where we have contacts over there, and just contact myself or Sharon, and we can sign you up to play at Shag. Of course, Shag has always been the breeding ground for many of our golfers. As a matter of fact, many of the MOCA members would have started, their golfing career at Chaguaramas. Obviously, when it comes to such a pristine golf course, St. Andrews, there is no compare. But, we always look up to St. Andrews as the, as the best there is in Trinidad and Tobago to offer. But we also recognize that, it's important for people to start somewhere where they could, have a beautiful ambience. And, the prices are not too bad also in Chaguaramas. And as you get better, you can choose MOCA, you can come down to Petrotrin. So we love that golfers start at Shag and inevitably they move on to other places. And sometimes there are guys who have multiple memberships in Chaguaramas and at the other golf courses.
Yeah, definitely it's a course to enjoy and to visit even with your family. You have one of the biggest driving ranges, which I think is a big attraction for even youths and people learning the game, because over these last couple of years, you had so many new golfers. And I think Chaguaramas is a perfect place to go on the driving range. Could really test your distance and strength. So definitely, Mr. Morin, I want to thank you for taking this time. I know if I don't let you go soon, you'll probably have to call a plane. But I know you won't have any problems with that. So I know you want to catch up with the pros.
I feel a helicopter would be better. We call the air guard for helicopter to get up to the 12th.
So
we can arrange that.
We can probably arrange that with someone. Yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure speaking with you guys at Novel Sports. I know you guys are doing brilliant work throughout the sporting fraternity. Maybe I should ask you a couple of questions. How is Novel Sports doing at this weekend? How are things going?
It's been a long 5 days. We've been on the go from Wednesday. Thankfully we stayed in Port of Spain.
Right.
We've been here since about 6 in the morning every day, leaving about 7 at night. Then we go to work, still work from until about 12 or 1 in the morning, because we have to update the scoring, we have to set up the stream for the next day.
Right.
Get back here for 6 and then go again. So it's been 5 days of non-stop. Thankfully the boys got a 1 hour extra rest last night, so they look much better. But yeah, it's been tough, but we really enjoy it. This is a fantastic opportunity. We want to work with all the clubs to develop the game of golf. We see it as a great opportunity, and right in the background there in the camera, we can see a little youth hitting the ball. One of the members of our team, aviation enthusiast, and as well.
Very nice.
So, we want to build the game. We want to build it for the youths, for Trinidad and Tobago. And yeah, we're here to work with everyone.
What I love about what you guys are doing, Kurt mentioned Jason Clark. Jason is our vice president at Chaguaramas. And I see that you guys have brought technology into the golf now. For Chaguaramas, the first time we were actually able to have live scoring, right? Jason I actually looked at him sit down on an Excel program and program for the first time the ability to see the scores after our medals, and I see this today. So I was actually quite impressed when I was able to log into the link to see a live feed and also to get the results at the end of every afternoon. So definitely shout out to Novel Sports on what you guys are doing, and I wish you guys every success in your endeavors in the future.
Yeah, I think the boys here would really appreciate that, and the supporters. So Mr. Murray, is really good to have you again, and all the best. And we have a little token for you.
Thank you.
Our sponsor for our backup energy, Victron.
Victron Energy. Thank you very much.
As you know, our setup here, if current goes, we still run.
Oh, that's brilliant, man. That's brilliant.
All the best for the rest of the evening. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And there we have, welcome back to St. Andrews Golf Club. Mr. Bill Ramratan out of the BC Golf Course there. And trying to figure out the ruling for this shot. He seems to be close to the cart path. And here we see the senior category coming in to hole number 18. And they'll be finishing very shortly. And we'll probably have about an hour again before we see the pros coming back on the back 9 to finish up this hole. And in this group, Mr. Michael Charles there in the striped jersey, the vice president of the TTGA, worked very hard to get this game off. And he's fixing his ball there. And Mr. Zaid Khan in front of him, the red jersey, a avid golfer and one of those great supporters and sponsors of golf over many years. And on the left with the yellow pants, Mr. Maurice Matura. Could you all believe he has been walking this course for the last 4 days as a caddy and then as a player? And now he's playing today, 81 years, I believe. Mr. Maurice Matura from the Point of Peer Golf Club. And I think that's probably the secret in his health. He plays golf every day and in Point of Peer, walking the hills. A very young and strong individual. And he's pointing out a ball there to someone. And I believe it's to Mr. Zaid Khan, trying to locate his ball on the fairway. And those of you locked onto the stream, we have 3 golfers here in the senior category from Point of Peer, and then Mr. Bill Ramratan to the back. Masters category. Just be corrected there with a very odd reminder from one of our cameramen. This is a Masters category. The guys with all the experience and knowledge. And what a shot. Did it clear the gully? No, it did not. Straight into the gully. I don't know if he's a bit camera shy there. But we'll have to have a chat with Mr. Mike Charles after this game to find out what he was thinking. And what iron did he use? He's very disappointed in himself. And just getting some confirmation as to where the balls lie. And now we have Mr. Maurice Matura in the yellow pants. And a very good shot. Amazing shot there. Just skids off the bunker. And I'm not sure if it remained in the bunker, but it's cleared the Maraval River. And now we have Mr. Zaid Khan. Now we have Mr. Zaid Khan going to take it over. Take a practice swing. And now he lines up for a shot. Very well executed. And it's on the green. What a shot there by Zaid Khan. And he acknowledges the crowd as they make their way off the course. And just want to give a shout out to Mr. Maurice Matura there in the yellow pants and Mr. Michael Charles there looking for his ball. Mr. Zaid Khan was just about 6 or 7 feet away from the flag to the back. And look at now Mr. Michael Charles there, going to try and get it as close to the pin as possible. Have to take that river out of his mind and just focus on the green ahead. Make sure he gets it over in a very confident manner. and the vice president of the TTGA. All the hard work over the last few weeks to organize this tournament. A very nice shot again there. And well done over. I think he'll be a lot more relieved now that seeing that he's on the green. And we can just imagine the crowd following the pros. Hopefully very soon we'll see the pros coming back around. And now we have onto the left, Mr. Morris Matura just running the ball onto the green. A very nice shot there. Very good control. And Mr. Bill Ramratan to the right of the green. Seems to be in the bunker. What a brilliant shot there. And we see in this group, in the Masters category, playing some excellent shots at a very difficult pin position here at Muka. And coming up shortly behind them in the seniors category will be Mark Newham, Dave Cameron, John Henry, and Carlos Beckles. There we see potting happening there, number 18, Mr. Zaid Khan now. He'll be trying coming downhill as to judge the pace of the ball very carefully and use just the right amount of strength to push the ball and use the green slope of the green, and we can see the ball dancing. He played for the break there, but he didn't get as much as he wanted, and the ball just kept on rolling from the hole. And now it's Mr. Michael Charles. And Mr. Morris Matura now. Sorry, Mr. Michael Charles. He'll be taking his attempt at the pin. Again, a very difficult green to play in or to play on. He just pushes the ball, but it wiggles further and further away from that pin, and it's almost as if somebody blew the ball away from the hole. Very interesting. Very, very interesting, I must say, to witness these spots on hole number 18. Mr. Zaikan finishing up his 18 and very happy to finish. And yeah, Mr. Morris Matura now. He'll be trying to finish. What a pot there by Mr. Morris Matura. And definitely you can see the experience there. And look at and Mr. Michael Charles now for his final pot. Finishing up number 18. And that's it for the Masters group. Mr. Michael Charles, Mr. Bill Ramratan, Mr. Zaid Khan, and Mr. Morris Matura. Congratulate them on their efforts here. And want to take a quick look at the scores now. And for the next group coming down, Mr. Dave Cameron and Mr. John Henry. All smiles. Don't know if they're smiling because they're winning or if they're just happy to finish these 4 days of golf. Nevertheless, it's been an enjoyable experience, and I'm sure they would have looked at the group heading out with the pros, which we so excitedly await. And definitely, what a nice sight there with all the players coming down the fairway on number 18. And there we have the grouping with Mr. John Henry, Dave Cameron, Mark Newham, and Carlos Beckles finishing up here in the in the seniors category. And they will be looking to finish strongly with the putting. So we know the caddies waiting there on the green to get golfers from this group. And we have Mr. John Henry, who is still on the fairway before the Maraval River. Punches it over onto the green. Tight. And we have Mr. Dave Cameron on the green with his white yellow jersey, sorry, back at St Andrews Golf Club. And a crowd there on the green with all the caddies giving advice, hoping that they can finish strongly this hole. And they'll be finishing off hopefully very strongly in this group. And the other members in this group, so John Henry, Mr. Carlos Beckles, Dave Cameron and Mark Newham. And we can see after them we have Dave Rajkumar, Derek Gonzalez, Wayne Batiste, and Ezekiel Percival in the seniors category will be coming around the bend on number 18 shortly. I'm not sure if we can see them as yet. So it's a bit slow. The pace is probably slowed down because you know the back nine is a bit more difficult. I'm just taking you back now to the green on number 18. Finishing up there. And the golfers in that group, Mr. Mark Newham, Dave Cameron, John Henry, and Carlos Beckles, enjoying the camaraderie. And I'm sure they'll be very eager to go into the clubhouse now and just relax for the rest of the afternoon, looking on at the pros come in and the other leading groups that we have in the first flight and the championships. So coming down in the frame now, we'll have the group with Mr. Dave Rajkumar, Derek Gonzalez, Wayne Batiste, and Ezekiel Percival. That's Mr. Dave Rajkumar in the frame. He'll be coming down to the green, into the fairway, and be locating his ball. And some exciting moments now in this category. And very shortly we'll be joined by the pros. And there we have Mr. Wayne Batiste with his colleague Mr. Afia, who was in the commentary booth earlier this afternoon. And let's see how they finish up this hole. It's going to be very important. And we can see Dave Rajkumar there practicing what swing he's going to do, loosen up his muscles, and hopefully we can see this ball landing on the green. And you can see the ball just bounce over. Did it land and stay on the green? It's on the green. Or it bounced over. Oh, just to the top of the green. I see it now. And there's it. Our cameraman just picked it up. And we have now next player going to be executing his shot. And hopefully we can pick it up on the green as well. And a very good shot there again. And it's landed in a good position. And we see these golfers in this category playing extremely well. And now Mr. Wayne Batiste may be under a little pressure to see what he can do. Well, first we have Mr. Dave Rajkumar. He looks like he'll be swinging before Mr. Batiste. And well executed shot. And just on the bottom right hand part of the green, excellent work there by our young cameraman, Mr. Aviation 2007. And so Mr. Percival just passed us by. Now we have Mr. Wayne Batiste, the TTGA president, and he plays a lot of golf at St. Andrews and takes the ball over the gully and onto the green. And what a shot there by Mr. Wayne Batiste to finish strongly. And one of the best shots of the day we saw there from the TTGA president. And definitely, as the fellow commentator was saying earlier, and like to shout out here, and he's in all smiles. And we got that, and he's very happy with that shot. And the golfers in that group will be making their way across the green now. And Mr. Dave Rajkumar. Well done, Dave. And the golfers now making their way onto the green. And Mr. Ezekiel Percival, he'll be the first one, I believe, to have a look at his ball and his position. And Mr. Dev Rajkumar, he's now furthest out of the green. On the green, but furthest out. And he'll have to use very good speed control to get his ball up that green. Hopefully he can make it in a two-pot. He has to push it slightly up and to the left. May use a slight break to the left. And this group has some 4 very accomplished golfers over the years. And very good speed, but roll past the hole and seem to have picked up speed after. And that's the tricky part about this green. And now we have Mr. I believe Ezekiel Percival. He's taking his stance back and looking at the green to see how we can make that stroke. And what a shot there, just to the side of the pin. And just as happy as he may be, he'll be just as disappointed that it did not go in the hole in that stroke. And just been reminded here by my fellow commentary booth partners that there's just 6 more teams to come. And we're waiting patiently here at the finish on hole number 18, green number 18. And we'd like to ensure that we catch the pros coming through. And Mr. Newham, I believe it is. Sorry, Mr. Gonzalez is pushing the ball up the green. There we have Mr. Dev Rajkumar. He'll be lining up his spot now. He has to come back to the hole after pushing the ball past it. Hopefully he can make it in this one. Take his practice stroke. And did not make it in that one. He'll be very disappointed with that. It proves to be a very difficult green here. And Mr. Wayne Batiste taking his time to judge that green. And I believe this is his birdie attempt. So he's going to take his time and he's front of the crowd here at St. Andrews. Pushes it down and he gets it. And that's a birdie on hole number 18 in front of the crowd there at the St. Andrews Golf Club. And what a way to finish this hole. Excellent putt there and excellent play by Mr. Wayne Batiste, the TTGA president, leading from the front. And Mr. Gonzalez as well has finished, and this group has finished their competition for this long weekend and this long tournament in Trinidad and Tobago TT Open. And we'll be taking in the live scores from the live leaderboard. And welcome back to the fairway number 18, where we have the first flight with Ben Fitzwilliams, Rodney Phillip, Rohan Ravi Kumar, and Sheris Rampasad. And there we see in the frame Sheris Rampasad was the yellow jersey. And the cameraman moving now over to, I believe, that's Rohan Ravi Kumar, I believe. Trying to locate their balls before they go into the shot. And there we see one of the match officials escorting this first flight group here at the number 18 fairway. And we have Mr. Sheris Rampasad in the back of the tree. You can see swinging the club there and his caddy. And a better view there now. Mr. Sheris Rampasad. And a very good shot there. A very strong golfer. And we await confirmation to know if it has gone across the Maraval River or its location. And it's late in the afternoon now. 4:59 p.m. on the Sunday afternoon. And just taking a look at the clubhouse, where you see the crowd will be building up very shortly to welcome the pros and the championship flights and the first flight in. And taking you back to fairway number 18 for this first flight crew. It's the Sheris Rampasad in the yellow jersey. Speaking with Kirsten Ramrup on the right there. He is his caddy from using St. Martin Golf Course. And I believe this is Rodney Phillip. Not too sure. Looks a strong golfer, well positioned, and pitches the ball out of the bunker. And again, we're waiting confirmation as to where the ball landed. Not too sure. And there we have golfer about to take his strike. No. And I believe that ball is on the green. Seems to be a very good shot there. Just on the left of the pin. And we can see the golfers, they're heading towards the bridge, probably hopefully to walk over the bridge and not under. At this late time in the evening to go into the gully there is going to be a bit difficult and challenging at the same time. And in his first flight, just coming onto the green, will be Ben Fitzwilliam, Rodney Phillip, Rohan Ravi Kumar, and Sheris Rampasad. A top flight, and I'm sure some of these players could give the pros a run for their money. Just remind the viewers, we'll be coming down late in the afternoon. The leaders will be coming in, and you can share the stream and invite those to log in. You see them walking over the bridge, and just a reminder of the players in this group. Mr. Ben Fitzwilliams, Rodney Phillip, and Rohan Ravi Kumar, and Sheris Rampasad. And we're not sure if the ball is in the... Not sure if the ball is in the goal. You're waiting probably some advice. And they're having a good look at the green, this very tricky green. It's going to be very difficult to decide what the decision is going to be going into this hole, because we've seen all day and the last 4 days how difficult it has been to get the ball straight into the hole, and definitely a challenge to ensure that the ball gets as close to the pin as possible. And we'll be looking on to see the other group coming down, number 18 fairway. And we have Mr. Sheris Rampasad practicing a very delicate chip onto the green. Awaiting a shot there, I believe, from someone. Is that Rohan Ravi Kumar hitting back from behind the tree? Executes the shot and bounces on number 10 tee box, and uses this just to the top of the 10 tee box by the St. Andrews Golf Club sign. Looking on to number 18 green. And looking on there, number 18 green, we have this flight with Mr. Sheris Rampasad to the back, just to the back left of the green. Is going to get the ball hopefully into the hole. A very accomplished golfer from Eugene St. Madeleine. And will be able to hopefully get us as close. There's a lot of speed control and decision making now happening on number 18. It's late afternoon at the St. Andrews Golf Course for the TNT Open, hosted by the TTGA. And it's been a long 4 days for everyone, especially the players. It's a very good test of your stamina. And many people look on at golf and believe that it's an easy game or it's for lazy people. But definitely, I hope you can see from the stream that playing golf 4 days in a row, it requires a lot of mental fortitude. And there we have Mr. Sheris Rampasad. Hey, so and there you have Mr. Sheris Rampasad. Going to do a gentle chip, but he'll have to run it up the green a bit because of the slope. And seems to be some excitement there in the fans in the clubhouse. And we can remind our viewers that very shortly they'll be seeing the grand finale of this tournament with the Pro Division coming in. And you can check the scoring at ttgolfassociation.org to get a feel of the scores and the position of the players. And another one that hit the flagpole. Was that Mr. Sheris' putt?
No.
I missed that one. And a good attempt there to get it into the hole. Just has Satapati now and The look of disappointment, which we've seen so often throughout the day. And that's Mr. Joel Mahabir on coming down hole number 18. In the first flight category. And we're waiting and just got confirmation that the ball is in the gully in the Maraval River. Oh, very unfortunate for Mr. Joel Mahabir. A very good golfer, but he went very aggressively at the green and probably paid the price for a little bit of extra aggression. And that's the players there in this flight. So Joel Mahabir, Mr. Robert Farnham, Ben Wendling, and Anthony Spalloni coming in for the grand finale for this tournament, the TNT Open. And he has to make that decision. Is he going to go aggressively to try and get over the Maraval River, or is he going to play it safe? And a very good shot there. And what a shot there, landing on the green. Just about, probably about 6 to 8 feet just before the flag. A perfect shot there, one of the best shots we've seen all day. And definitely a very, very well executed shot. And just to the back of the green, we saw the ball bounce and did it go over? And it's a safe shot. And the cameraman just picks up the ball there to the back of the green. Very good work there by our cameraman, Mr. Pops. And very good shot there. What a shot! And streaming live from St. Andrews Golf Club. What a shot there by these golfers in this first flight. With Mr. Joel Mahabir, Robert Farnham, Ben Wendling, and Anthony Spallone. A very competitive group. And unfortunately, Mr. Joel Mahabir has to look for his ball in the gully. There we have the golfers going on to the green now, making their way, and Mr. Joel Mahabia may have to drop the ball, being supervised by the match official. And the crowd is anxiously awaiting the pro group. And action on the green here. Everyone just confirming the placement of their ball and making sure that they have the correct position. And there's a closest to the pin prize this hole, and I see some players taking their measurements and they'll have to decide. And looking back now here at this flight, with Joel Mahabir, and we'll be joined by with a championship flight with Ryan Gomez, Ethan Hill, Luke De Freitas, and Heathcliff Kane from the Bahamas. A very exciting afternoon here at St. Andrews Golf Club. Lots happening at the golf course. And bringing back the action here on the green. And very shortly we'll be joined by the championship flight with Mr. Ryan Gomez, Ethan Hill, Luke De Freitas, and Heathcliff Kane. And we see Mr. Joel Mahabir. He's aiming for his spot. Trying to finish up hole number 18. And rolls it. Not a bad putt, but drifts away from the hole. And looking down number 18 fairway. Lots of action happening now at the St. Andrews Golf Club. Looking at the championship players coming in. And they have to wait a bit until the players clear off the green, because definitely they may decide to go after the green and trying to get it onto the green. Just taking a quick look. At the clubhouse in St Andrews, everyone is enjoying the final moments of this tournament. Back onto number 18 green. Pushes it up to the hole and just stops short of the hole. And we'll just have to tap it in to finish off his round here and this 4-day championship. And coming up on fairway number 18, we have Mr. Ryan Gomez, Luke De Freitas, Heathcliff Kane. Oh, we still have Mr. Joel Mahabi to finish putting. Coming out of the Maraval River there and pushes it up to the flag and into the hole. A very controlled putt there, and he'll be very relieved to know that he's finished now for the 4-day championship. And a very solid putt again. And I think you have to push the ball a little firmer probably on this hole because it's drifted all over. I'm just reminding the viewers, it's the final moments of the TNT Open on this Sunday evening at St Andrews Golf Club. And they finish their rounds and they're celebrating now and congratulating one another on an excellent few days. Waiting for the players, Mr. Ryan Gomez, Mr. Ethan Hill, Luke De Freitas, and Heathcliff Kane off of Bahamas in the championship flight. Trying to make it over the gully. And on the green, what a shot there. Excellent shot there. Not sure who that player was. And taking you back over to, I believe that's Heathcliff Kane. And is he over? Down to the back of the green. Not sure, and hopefully someone will tell him so if he has to play over. And going back over to 4. And young Ethan Hill now has to make a very mature decision, but he's positioned very well to get the ball onto the green. Very confident shot. Looks a brilliant shot, in fact, by Mr. Ethan Hill. And lands it right, just to the right of the pin. It's about probably 10 yards, 8 to 10 yards away. And that's the youngster. And we have one more player in this group, Luke De Freitas. He has to get it there now from onto the green. He has to make another very firm decision, go confident. Looks a good shot and it bounces, but it's just off the fringe of the green. And unfortunately would not, he'll have to probably pitch it on as the players make their way to the green on number 18 and the ball to the front there. That says Mr. Luke De Freitas' ball that just played. And definitely something to look forward to in this finish. I just want to mention our sponsors. Ashmid Ali Contracting Services Limited, Yashnat Foundation, Online Valves Limited, ECT Solutions Limited, Treasure Chest, Beyond Paint, Building HSC Limited, DS Movers Limited, and Builders Incorporated, Evergreen Designs, Let's Learn Golf Tobago, have all contributed to, and Eden K Properties Limited, all contributed to, and Kennicon Engineering Services Limited as well, all contributors live streaming and live scoring initiative, SRF Auto Repair Service, all making it possible to bring this prestigious tournament online. And we see Mr. Heathcliff Kane to the back of the green. Looks like in a bunker. It's a tough shot. But that's what golf is about. And very nicely out of the bunker, but onto the green and runs past the hole. And that's the danger with going downhill. And very shortly we'll be joined by Adrian Norford, Zico Correa, Shane Costello, and Chris Richards Jr. So we have 3 more teams coming in after this group. Let's take a quick look up the fairway on number 18. And the clubhouse, we can see the crowd enjoying the finish here. Back on the green on number 18, bringing an end to this prestigious event. Rules pushes it uphill, and it looks up to be a very good putt, but stops short of the hole. Very difficult to get it in, as we've seen over the 4 days. And the interesting thing about golf, you know, the fairways don't change. The tee box changes slightly at times, but the pin position changes ever so much, which makes it so much more difficult to plan the day when you enter the course. Sometimes you leave a tee box and you don't know where the pin position is. And he sinks the putt, and elated there that he was able to get that. You have young Ethan Hill now competing in this prestigious tournament. And just lips out. Very unfortunate for him. Excellent effort there by young Ethan Hill, and he just stops it in. And again, just as he'd be so disappointed to know that we'd have just missed out on it. An excellent finish there by that group. And congratulations to the players on this fine performance here. And we'll be taking you over quickly to a word from our sponsors. And bringing back here to number 18 fairway, we have this grouping from the championship division. Adrian Norford, Zico Correa, Shane Costello, and Chris Richards Jr. They'll be making their way to number 18 green shortly. And we have young Zico in the frame now. And he plays a safe shot. Doesn't try to attack the green, but decides to play it safe. And Shane Costello lines up for his shot now. And he hits it to the left of the green, rolling down. Will it stop? It stops just inside. Just inside. I believe it's safe. It's a safe ball. From the bunker. So it's a very well executed shot there. And now we have young Chris Richards Jr., one of TNT's top golfers, speaking to his caddy. Adrian Norford now in the picture. The red pants. And he's also competing in a category of the President's Cup, I believe. And let's see what Mr. Norford does. I believe he may want to attack the green as well. Trying to get over that gully as quickly as possible. and lands it on the green. What a beautiful shot. A little distance away from the pin, but once you get it on the green, that's a first challenge, the first hurdle. And back on to Chris Richards Jr. It's a very powerful shot. And a brilliant shot there onto the green. You can tell the skill of this youngster and the size of the divot to indicate the amount of spin he got on that ball to hold back the ball on the green and prevent it from running too much. It's been a long day, and we have this group in here with Shane Costello, Zico Correa, and Zico now is in a good position to get it as close to the pin as possible. And let's see if young Zico can execute. Very nice shot there, and it's onto the green, and it rolls up the hill towards the flag, and a very good shot again by this group. And they've been executing their shots very meticulously on this difficult green. And welcome on all the online viewers. Share your comments, and you can wish the players all the best, and we can share it on the stream. And you can view it on the TTGA Media YouTube channel after all 4 days. You can get a view of what is happening. And you can see the action on the green now, marking their ball to finish up as quickly as possible. And you can see Chris Richards there, Chris Richards Jr. fixing his ball marks on the green. And we have a shot there by Mr. Shane Costello. Very difficult. But thank goodness he did not go out of bounds. And he has to bring it back onto the green. And Shane Costello is going to try very hard to get that ball up onto the green. And unfortunately didn't get it into the position that he wanted. And a bit of nerves there. And that's the final destination. Number 18 pin. Looking on there, we have to the right of the screen, Mr. Adrian Norford. I think before he plays, probably Shane Costello has to come back onto the green. Is that true? So just been advised here by my golf expert, Mr. Kirk Limmer, that once you're furthest from the pin, that's the one who plays first when you're up on the green. And we see in there Mr. Shane Costello now has to get the ball up to the pin now. Just off the green, looks like a wedge he has in his hand. And need the crowd to be quiet. It's a very difficult position to be in, knowing that so many people are looking on. A nice push onto the green. And stops just short of the pin. A very good recovery shot there. And very soon we'll be seeing the group with Dwayne Pierman, Zachary Rami, Orville Christie and Nicholas Jones, the Pro Division, coming up after this group. And there we have Mr. Chris Richards Jr. taking his mark now on the green to hopefully finish this spot. He's a very good putter. Very, very good short game player, and let's see if he can capitalize on this opportunity to make this putt. And goes just a bit short of the hole, I believe. Looks a bit disappointed. And, you know, for a youngster, you really have to be able to be very mature to take these emotional times on the golf course. We all know as golfers how difficult it is sometimes. And we have young Zico Correa now taking his mark. See, the cameraman is showing me some action down there on tee box on the green, sorry. On number 17, we've been able to pick it up through the trees. Taken back onto the green, number 18 with Zico. And pushing it up to the hole, and you know, probably wishing it would get into the hole as soon as possible, but it's not to be. And Mr. Northwood has synced it. He's very elated and I guess relieved to finish this 4 days of golf in this grueling competition, the most prestigious tournament in Trinidad and Tobago, the TTOPEN, hosted by the TTGA. And now Mr. Shane Costello, Trinidad and Tobago captain. And he rolls it in, and he'll be relieved that it's finally over. Had a little tough time finishing up number 18, but he's a big player. And players of their caliber always do extremely well in that stages. And now Mr. Chris Richards Jr. and taps it in very confidently. And now Mr. Zico Correa should finish up shortly. Taps it in, and the group has finished. And And the leaderboard says that Zico Correa was in the lead after 13 holes, and we'll be getting the update shortly, so you can log on to the leaderboard at ttgolfassociation.org. And we'll be expecting the next group coming up, fairway number 18, shortly. Start with the pros: Dwayne Pierman, Zachary Rami, Orville Christie, and Nicholas Jones. Reminder that Zachary Rami is from the US of A and Orville Christie from Jamaica. That's the next group that should be making its way up to the fairway number 18.
And good afternoon. Right now, we are just waiting on the players of the professional division to tee off on number 18 right now. That's Dwayne Pierman, Zachary Remy, Orville Christie, and Nicholas Jones. And the players are making their way down fairway number 18. Oh. And the players are making their way down fairway number 18 right now. Okay. And there we can see the crowd that has been following the second group of the professional division. That's Benjamin Martin, Joe Hearn, Wesley Brown, and Christopher Richards Jr. Oh, Senior, sorry. They are making their way up to number 17 green, and the cameraman is doing a wonderful job of getting that shot.
Orville Christie is behind the tree. And one in the blue pants all the way out there is the other guy. Pierman.
And we have now Nicholas Jones. He addresses his ball. He's at probably about 160 yards from the green. Where the spin position is today, it's very tricky. And he just got the ball on the right side of the green, but he's safely on. And that's most important right now on this hole. Right now we have in our picture right now. This is Orville Christie. It's not going to be an easy shot coming out of those trees, but they are in the professional division for a reason. And I'm certain that he can make this shot. He's getting his yardage correct, talking it over with his caddy. I would say he's probably about 165 yards. He has to keep this very low because once that ball clips any branch from those trees, it's going to just knock it down. Making sure he has no obstructions in his way, no loose impediments. But this is not an easy shot, so this is not an easy shot. And he just got it over the Marval River. It's just up. Well done, that's a good job there by the cameraman to pick up that ball. And here we have Nicholas Jones, probably over 150 yards from the pin. And it just dropped left of the flag, but it's on the green. What a good shot, just to the edge of the green there on the left.
Ben made a birdie. Ben, a birdie.
Okay. I just got word that Ben Martin made a birdie on number 17. And presently they're looking for Mr. Piermon's ball. This is Dwayne Piermon. He is, I think his ball probably clipped the tree and dropped into the Marval River. He most likely would have to go back from, he's going back to hit his shot. That is a penalty area. So he would make the decision whether he would take the shot from where he last hit, or he's going to just take the point of reference where the ball entered the penalty area. Right, and he decides to just take the drop at the point of entry. He checks his yardage. Looks like he's about 120 yards out. And his main aim here is to just get it on the green at this point. He has no blockage from any trees, so it should be a simple shot for him. Probably a sand wedge into the green. And he got it on safely. And we have the final group that's getting prepared to tee off for number 18, tee box. And Mr. Christie right now is about to get his shot, or get his ball onto the green. And I welcome back my fellow commentator, Dwayne.
Thank you, Kurt. Thank you very much for that. I think a natural golfer makes a good commentator.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
So good. Well, how's it looking on this green now?
We're just waiting on Oval Christie to make a shot. He had a difficult shot coming out from in the trees. He just got it over the Maraval River.
And Oval
So
Christie.
this will be his third shot. He just needs to get us up close to the flag. And it's a great shot. I'd say probably about 7 feet from the flag, just under the flag. Not an easy putt going up, but most likely that ball would be breaking right to left. He has to keep it to the right of the hole.
And I think Mr. Oval Christie, being a pro, has done extremely well coming from Jamaica over these 4 days and playing very confidently.
Yes, yes.
I've just heard some scores from the course. Is it true?
Yes, we heard that there was that Mr. Benjamin Martin birdied both 16 and 17.
Amazing. He's just running away from the field.
And I'm just breaking to go to camera 4 here so that you can see the crowd coming down number 18 fairway.
And welcome to the TTPGA. Oh, sorry, the TT Open.
Well, Dwayne, it looks like you're renaming this competition. That's something that the TTGA should think about.
And taking you back to the green to finish up this group. And very anxiously we'll be waiting the crowd.
That was Zachary Ramey. He just got his ball short of the hole there. I would say probably about 4 feet. But there's a lot of excitement here at St. Andrews Golf Club.
I'm just asking the cameraman there to see if he can pick up the crowd that's following the pros. And the crowd extends from both fairway number 8, from number 10 and number 18.
Yes, we have quite a number of patrons here. Quite a number of people following this group.
This is the group on the green. Dwayne PM and Zachary Rami from the US of A. Oval Christie from Jamaica and Nicholas Jones. And very shortly we'll be seeing the final group with Ben Martin, Chris Richards Sr.,
Joe Hearn,
and
Wesley Brown from
Wesley Brown from Jamaica. Definitely something to look forward to. And we can see finishing up here on the green as the last group of the day for the TT Open waits patiently to come onto the green. And that was Nicholas Jones just finishing his putt in, I believe. And we have Mr. Oval Christie, Zachary Rami now representing the US of A. And lots of excitement coming down with the final group. And the crowd also building at the at the clubhouse. So very exciting time here, the grand finale of the TT Open 2022 edition, the 114th edition at St. Andrews Golf Club. And the spectators are gathered around in true professional style here.
And we have Oval Christie. He's taking his position to make this putt. It's not an easy putt, as I mentioned before. It's probably a right to left. He has to keep this ball slightly right of the hole.
And he's representing Jamaica.
And he just, as I said, he had to keep that right of the hole because it just creeped in under the hole, and he made it. He.
And a round of applause for him. And he'll be very relieved to have finished off this 4-day competition. And Zachary Rami now of the US of A on the ball going to putt.
Well, he should have had some indication from Oval Christie's putt what this ball would do, and he has made a putt successfully. So I guess he got a little information there from Oval Christie.
And the crowd building in the clubhouse now, and all cameras focus on the main group here. And looking at Joe Hearn. And
now
Joe Hearn sizing up for his shot, and then we can see the crowd also behind the pros in this group. And just a reminder, the players in this professional group, Mr. Ben Martin, the leader, Joe Hearn, Wesley Brown, and Chris Richards Sr. So Kurt, where do you think he's going to go? Is he going for the green?
Yes, I most definitely think he's going for the screen. He's probably at about 190 yards out, and being the professional that he is, he would most likely hit the green. He just got it over the Marval River, and it's just on the fringe of the green.
And we have Mr. Wesley Brown now from
I believe
Jamaica.
that he'd have probably taken a club less there. Wesley Brown is about 175 yards out. And his ball is just above the flag.
And a brilliant shot there.
It is a brilliant shot, but he's going to have a tough putt coming down. Whole day we have seen golfers place their ball to the top of the flag, and it's pretty a slippery slope coming down from the top of the flag.
A very good description there, Kurt, because we've seen so many golfers being challenged by that green.
Yes. The ball picks up some speed as it approaches the hole.
And the leader, Mr. Ben Martin, let's see what he does.
He is in the perfect position. Actually, he was here yesterday at the 150 marker, which is the right distance to be off the tee box. Oh, and he pulled it wide. He pulled it left of the green. He's in a safe position, but he's going to have a tough chip back onto the green there.
Similar position to Shane Costello in the previous group, but I think he's well into the lead, so
yes, he is.
I don't think he has to be too nervous about this. And Mr. Chris Richards Sr. now. Let's see what he does to finish strong.
Both him and Ben Martin were at probably about the same distance, 150 yards.
And he hits it.
Let's see if Mr. Richards Sr. can put this ball on the green. And yes, he did. It's a great shot.
What a brilliant shot to finish off the afternoon onto this
green. He left the ball under the hole, which is where you want to be on the screen. You do not want to be on the top of the hole. And he probably has a 6-footer to get him the birdie. It's still not going to be an easy putt from below the hole. This hole tends to go from below the hole. It tends to go slightly left to right.
And just wanted to acknowledge the crowd and thank the crowd for coming out and supporting. And look at that magnificent following there.
Yes. It's amazing, and this can only grow. This can only grow.
And there's a crowd also building on tee box number 10. I think we can get the crowd on tee box number 10 looking down on the green. And as well, behind the green on number 18, as well as a crowd in the clubhouse. It's a wonderful atmosphere on this final day of the TT Open 2022 edition.
This is some exciting times here. These golfers are probably relieved to get through these 4 days of golf.
Let's see if Mr. Martin can take it home. Almost sure he can. I don't expect anything unusual to happen, but again, golf is a funny game. Anything can happen in this game of golf.
He has most likely. Let's see what kind of shot he's looking to play here.
See the crowd following the golfers to the back of hole number 18.
Seems as if he's going to play something like a flop shot. The flag is just probably about 3 yards off the fringe. So it's not much green you have to work with between the fringe and the flag.
Carmel is trying to get on to Mr. Ben Martin. The ball runs up onto the green.
Yes, but it just rolled by about 7 to 8 feet. So he's going to have that for par. It would have always been a difficult shot from that side of the green.
And now this very entertaining atmosphere here at St. Andrews. What professional sport is about. Looking closely at the green here now, and we can see the crowd at tee box number 10 looking anxiously. At the finish, this final of the T&T Open, the TTGA hosted by the TTGA.
And we have Joe Hearn, he's addressing his putt right now.
And he has to have a strong push to go uphill there because he's on the fringe.
But this ball is it's gonna pull left. He didn't hit it with enough.
I think he's probably playing it a bit safe.
Probably yes. I'd say so. You always want to remain below the hole here on number 18.
And this is the big finale. This professional group vying for that attractive prize.
We have Wesley Brown. He and his caddy is discussing the line and probably where the ball would most likely break. He addresses his ball right now and this would be a putt for birdie. Oh, and it just slides by. It just slides by. And he'd be a bit disappointed
in that.
Yes, he would. Yes, he would.
And look at the crowd at the back of the green at St. Andrews Golf Club. And at number 10 tee box, looking down on number 18. And we have now Mr. Chris Richards Sr., the big golfer from Trinidad and Tobago.
And he's also putting here for birdie. But
I must say, Cook, this is one of the most exciting golf tournaments I've ever been to after the pandemic.
So have I.
One day, Kurt will be hopefully playing here. And there go Mr. Chris Richards Sr. A lot of crowd to be entertained, and I know a man of his caliber might be composed and wants to finish in style. Rolls it, but again,
it just seems to have just pulled to the right, which Oh no, he passed the hole.
And just taps
So the
it
ball
in.
just held up. Okay.
And he finishes off with a round of applause.
Yes, and he finished there with a par.
And he waves to the crowd, and the crowd is very happy with his performance, finishing in this top group.
And we have Ben Martin. He's going for his par now.
So Ben Martin, the big name, home course. What a finish to this 2022 TTGA TT Open.
And his ball also just slide by.
It's going to mark the ball and give another golfer, Joe Hearn, the opportunity to come in. Again, he wants to finish very strong, and you can look at the final scores this evening on ttgolfassociation.org and view the live streams on the TTGA Media YouTube channel. And you can share it with your friends. Coming live from St. Andrews Golf Club, Mocha Maraval, Trinidad and Tobago. Streamed by Novel Sports Limited. In this, what a good strike there by Joe Hearn. But again, just short of the hole, providing some exciting moments this late in the day where the light is feeding.
This hole has been quite a
And
tricky one for this last group.
And a round of applause there for Joe Hearn, the visitor. And yes, Kurt, it's a very challenging one for this group.
Yes, it has.
I think it's been very mentally tough on the pros. And Mr. Wesley Brown from Jamaica.
He's just going to clean up his putt here. Well done.
And taps it in. And
And
now,
we have-
the big player, Mr. Ben Martin.
He's just going to clean up here for his bogey. And I don't think that bogey affected him much.
And hopefully it's going to be a simple tap in.
Yes, it was.
And it's finished, and he knows he's the winner.
He knows he's the winner, that's right. He's celebrating already.
And being congratulated by everyone around. And what a performance here by professional golfers and his good friend Chris Richards Sr. And want to thank the players for what a wonderful 4 days of golf and very entertaining, and the wonderful crowd here at St. Andrews Mocha, St. Andrews Golf Club in Trinidad. And thank our online viewers for locking on to the stream and sharing. And definitely want to give thanks to our sponsors who have made the live stream possible.
The crowd at St. Andrews Golf Course here, I think would have grown quite remarkably this evening. I would say there's probably about 150 people here, no doing.
Could be more, I feel about 250.
Well, look at that.
And
I was being modest.
yes, and it's time for celebrations and prize giving. And now, just want to officially thank our sponsors: Beyond Paint Limited, Beyond Paint Building HSE Limited, DS Movers Limited, Eden Cape Properties Limited, Kennicon Engineering Services Limited, or Kennicon Engineering Limited, SRF Auto Repair Services, Evergreen Designs, all contributed to making this live stream possible. Let's Learn Golf Tobago, the Ashmead Ali Contracting Services Limited, the Ashnad Foundation, Online Valves Limited, ECT Solutions Limited, Treasure Chest, Beyond Paint, all contributed for this inaugural live stream of the TNT Open. And the live leaderboard you can view at ttgolfassociation.org. The scores will be updated shortly, and the official results will be published from the official scorers at the TNT Open. And we want to thank all the online viewers for locking on, and thank the Novel Sports Stream team, Mr.
Yes.
Darren Dure,
They
Mr.
did a
Kurt
wonderful
Limmer,
job.
Mr. Percy Sam Lal Singh, Mr. Kiva Sigobed, and young Mr. Jibran Lal for their excellent work here today and over the last 4 days. And what a job by the team. And I want to congratulate the TTGA as well. And just want to shout out the the online streamers, Mr. Ashmid Ali, finishing up, and our friend from St. Kitts, I believe, and Mr. Ian Mohammed, said he's on from the north to 90 degrees Celsius, and Shiraz Davidine. And once again, congratulations to the winners in all the different flights. And we hope that we all were satisfied with this great competition here, and the players has put in a great show for everyone. And we'll be signing out very shortly. And again, we want to encourage everyone to look at the ttgolfassociation.org website, where you can follow the live score, the scoring for the finals will be released shortly, and also the TTGA media on YouTube, and you can see the highlights and the streams from the last 4 days. So signing out here at the St. Andrews Golf Club in Trinidad and Tobago, Mocha Maraval. Thank you all.